சார் ப்ரோக்ராம் ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சா?
It's going to start. Doctor, it's going to jump start. VC
Okay.
just arrived. We are going to start.
ஓகே சார், ஓகே.
Dr. Raghu, get ready. VC has just arrived and we can start the program in few minutes. Vice Chancellor has just arrived. We can start in 2 minutes. Get ready.
Okay.
Huh?
இங்க வாங்க, இங்க ஜாயின் பண்ணுங்க. Why you Raghu?
Sir.
Dr. Raghu, you can commence the program. We can start the program.
Echo அடிக்குது.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Please.
Coordinator, sir, shall we start, sir?
Yeah, please, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Okay. A very good morning to one and all present on this auspicious occasion of talking all together on the occasion of the 5-day faculty development program on tourism and climate change evidences from India. Tourism is one of the most important industry recognized by the government of India for alleviation of poverty and also increasing of foreign exchange earnings to this country. So in the way, sir, in the course of development of this, we are also encountering some problems while developing the tourism sites and eco-sensitive zones, sir. So one of that is climate change. So the most important and contemporary topic has been suggested by the scholars, and a 5-day faculty development program has started from December 2017 to December 31st, sir. For this program, I welcome Professor M. Krishnan, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu, who is a learned person and having greatest scholarly attitude towards the academics, and contributed a lot for the academics and worked at various parts of the country in states, in central universities and state universities. And he is the second-time Vice Chancellor for Central University, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Before that, sir is also Vice Chancellor. So we are very much happy to have your presence here, sir. And certainly the scholars are going to have benefit from you. And I welcome you to this session, sir. And in the sequence, His Excellency Dr. Keshwar Janaki, Ambassador to Mauritius in Russia. Sir is a scholar on climate change, sir. He has submitted a lot of projects to UN and also other non-governmental organizations, and worked a lot on how tourism and climate change is going to have impact on each other and vice versa. So we are very much happy to have your presence, sir, here, Dr. Keshwar Janaki, sir, Ambassador to Mauritius in Russia, for your valuable time, valuable guidance, and valuable contribution to academics, sir. We are very much thankful for your presence, sir. In the sequence, Dr. Ashirvadam Acharya, Director, Corporate Government Research Center, New Delhi, formerly with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. So, sir is again one of the important resource person on climate change, who is going to throw light on the issues related to the tourism activities and climate change. We welcome you on this occasion, sir, and we are very much happy for your gracious presence. In the sequence, the felicitation address is going to be have by Professor Sulochana Shekhar, Registrar Central University of Tamil Nadu. Ma'am, again, we are very much happy for your presence, sir, and again, you are also a scholar on climate change issues, madam, and geography related climate change issues. So again, your presence is going to be most suitable on this occasion, ma'am. And also we are very much thankful for your gracious presence, ma'am. Dr. Venkuradan PS, Coordinator Strike Component 1 and Climate Change. So we are also thankful for your presence, your support, and continuous guidance for us to organizing this program, sir. Thank you very much for your presence, sir. With this small welcome address, now the program is going to, as per the schedule, sir, first prayer song. After prayer song, we will have the address of our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much, sir.
I request Second Year MBA Tourism and Hospitality Management Group to sing the prayer song. I request the audience to raise for the
கடலொடுத்த நிலமடிந்த எழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் மதனந்த கண்டதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாளும் திரு பிறை முதலும் தனித்தனதும் திருகமுனை அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற மணக்கும் இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திகழ் பிறந்த வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Coordination.
Thank you, Bill, for the wonderful prayers. Happiness is the key to success. If you learn what you are doing, you will be successful. Good morning to everyone present here. I, Dr. Shivagami V, faculty from the Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, from MOC, take the privilege to warmly welcome you all to this faculty development program on tourism and climate change evidences from India. Fragments of clouds speak only in the direction of the wind, but the goodness of the person in all directions. The courage to make tough decisions and company to listen others is enough. Our honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. M. Krishnan sir, the second distinguished person who started his career as lecturer in the Department of Plant Science, Gagana University, and rose to the position as Vice Chancellor in our University of Tamil Nadu. Sir has excellent research contribution with more than 140 journal publications, 6 book chapters, and 2 book authors. Sir has held many other positions in international institutes as exchange visiting scientist to Okayama University of Science, University of Exeter, ESRC Genomics, University of Edinburgh, UK, IMSA Exchange Program, Germany, etc. Sir has also been awarded with prestigious awards like Indian National Science Academy Young Scientist Award, Sheikh Academy Fellowship Award, Award of USD 2000 from International Foundation for Science, Sweden, UGC Cultural Exchange Award, and many others. Sir has also visited many countries like USA, Japan, Hong Kong, Czech Republic, China, France, and many other countries. And also some of the Southeast Asian countries also. May I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, to give the presidential address. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
My dear and respected Dr. Raghu, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Central University of Tamil Nadu, and His Excellency Dr. Geswar John Key, Ambassador to Mauritius to Dr. Asirvadam Achari, Director, Corporate Governance Research Center, New Delhi, formerly with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. And my dear respected, my registrar, Professor Sulochana Chegar, Registrar of Central University of Tamil Nadu, and my dear friend, Dr. Vel Murugan, Coordinator, Stride Program, and who is waiting for the vote of thanks, Dr. Vaibhav, Assistant Professor, Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, CUTN. I am so happy we are having the program, very important program, a 5 days faculty development program on tourism and climate change evidences from India. This program is organized by UGC Stride Component 1 program, Trust Areas Climate Change. Before I am going to talk about the climate change, I want to tell about the Stride program funded by UGC This is a unique program framed by India. Why? Because individual departments are growing very well. But when they are coming for that collaboration, cooperation in between the department of the university or colleges or any institute, it's very important rather than individually working. Why? Because some of that program or problem can be solved only by the cooperation or collaboration. So that's the way straight program started by UGC, where they are giving a huge amount of money. That Central University of Tamil Nadu, they got near about 70 lakhs of money to work on that problem in India in different aspects. One among the aspect is climate change. When I was at Madurai, we also got 1 crore of money. They are joining themselves 3 departments, particularly Department of Plant Sciences, Department of Media and Communication, Department of Tamil. They all joined together and they work for the single program. To do that are some output coming up, coming in the area of the hereditary of the Madurai around the area. But in Central University of Tamil Nadu, even though they are working different area, particularly today, they are going to discuss about that climate change. Now, since I came from the basically environmental biotechnology department, I have to talk about how the environment is going to play a major role in the different aspects, I can say. But particularly, we are going to talk about the climate change and tourism. I think last 2 days, I don't know how many of you see that the TV and other channels, because of that 1 week holiday of Tamil Nadu particularly, there are so many tourist people or the people visited that place like Kodaikanal or Ooty, other tourist places like coastal area. But what happened, these people accumulated in a single area, they are polluted much by throwing that water bottles, throwing that, uneatable product, and so on and so forth. These are the problem still is going on, but the government is doing lot of precautions to avoid such problems. So why we are talking about the climate change? The global warming is a very important area where we have to talk about the climate change. The global warming very well associated with the tourism. When the global warming is increasing, the temperature is going to be increased. When the temperature is going to be increased, what happened? The ice flakes are going to be melted, and there is that water flow is going to be increased. Because of the water flow, so much of water flow, because of the ice plates of melting, there is a rise in water level in the sea or river or any pond. Because of that, the people living around this area are going to be much affected. That is the first thing we have to discuss. Second one, if you are going to increase the temperature because of that global warming, the climate is completely going to be changed. What I can say, because of that global warming, the length of that winter or summer, it's going to be increased. If it's going to increase the length of the summer or the winter, the people reaching a particular area for their enjoyment during the vacation, it's going to be disturbed. For example, if your winter is going to be increased, then people doesn't know that which time we have to go and enjoy that. And unexpectedly, the temperature is going to be low. They can't enjoy that particular winter by the public. That is the first problem. What you call the temperature is going to be increased. The next very, what you call threatened problem is when you are going to rise the temperature because of the summer is going to be lengthened. There are a lot of problems going to come across. Water scarcity. The people are not getting the proper drinking water. Then the colleges or schools or institute, they don't know how we have to close that summer vacation and so on and so forth. So these are the problems are coming. Particularly if you are coming to our area, because we are living in the area called Thiruvarur. I think most of my participants, they know that this is that near the coastal area. And also this particular place is called the Delta region, where 1 lakh of agriculture, particularly the paddy field, is available in the Thiruvarur district. So the people are living here is completely agriculture dependent on people. But what they have to do that? Imagine that unexpectedly they are getting the heavy rain because of that climate change. Because of that, the warming, increase in the temperature, they are getting that so much of water in the rivers. So they don't know what they can do that. They can't go along with that agriculture production, particularly the paddy production in this area. Even recently, we are getting the heavy rain in Thiruvarur district, particularly Delta area, near about 1 lakh hectare of paddy field affected. The government worked very much to provide some fund for my agriculture people, and they are coming out. This is the one area we are completely see that. Because of that heavy flood in the river, the tourist people are afraid to come to this area because this area is particularly attracted by the tourists. We have that Velangani nearby, Nagpur is nearby, Nagapattinam is nearby, and so many the divine places are nearby. So because of that heavy rain and also heavy blood river area, the tourists are not coming. Okay, now that tourist people are not coming, there are so many people are affected. Particularly the people living in the tourist area, particularly Velangani, that Nagapattinam and Karaikal and other area, they are dependent upon the daily income. If tourists are not coming, they are not selling their product. The hotels are not going to be booked and so on and so forth. And also the tourist industry is completely affected. So these particular things we have to discuss very clearly. The tourist is very important in this area to get the income for our people. So this is affected. Second thing, the tourist, other way we have to see that when a single time they are going to be accumulated in this area, they are doing lot of, problem in this particular tourist places. As I told earlier, without knowing or unknowing, they are throwing the plastics or the uneaten food nearby the coastal area, which was eaten by that fish population around this coastal area, where it's accumulated their stomach, that, the population is completely affected. So it is going to affect the fisheries people. Fishermen around this area is going to be affected. So like that, I can tell lot of problem, and it's also parallelly, it will going on tourist and climate change. Recently, when we had a conference at Mandapam near the Rameshwaram, that completely the area is, that affected by these tourist people because of that throwing the plastics around the coastal area. So this is the thing I want to tell about it. I don't want to talk because experts are there going to discuss about lot of things. But before I am completing, I have to tell that the COVID, the last 2 years, we are much affected by this COVID. But thanks to that state and central government, they are doing lot of, precautions to save the people. But the message what we got it from COVID is we feel that we are the superior nature of that superior nature. But we don't know that. We have to live with all the living beings in the environment because we polluted the environment, but so many ways. Now that COVID, particular small virus teaches us how to live in the environment. Now we are clear in our idea how to live in the environment. And today, if I am seeing one example, I can say before I am completing, when I was at Madurai Kamaraj University by chance, before I am joining, I had only 10 to 20 peacocks in our own campus. But during the COVID period, because of the undisturbance environment, we have 100 peacocks. I can see that the birds are, flowing like anything. So yeah, beautiful environment I got it when I was living in Madurai Kamaraj University campus. Like that, everywhere. Now we learn that we have to live with that all the life in the environment. So, my dear participants, you should learn that we have to take care of that environment. By that, we can see that precaution is we have to going towards that what you called the global warming. Because of the global warming, we can prevent that what you called the temperature rise. So this will prevent that temperature rise and also that water flow, heavy water flow in the environment. These are the things we have to discuss and we have to correlate with the tourism particularly in Tamil Nadu. So with this, I thank one and all for giving that very good opportunity to discuss about that very good title. And we have the two experts from, one is from outside the country, another is from Delhi. So they will tell about their experience about the climate change. And also we are so happy to discuss about this area very detailed and give the policy note to the government. What are the things we have to take in future? With this, thank you very much for giving the very good opportunity for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presidential address with an insight into climate change and its effect on national, regional, and local levels. The more you take responsibility of your past and present, more you are able to create the future you seek. Leadership is the art of giving people a platform for spreading ideas that work. We have another such distinguished person amongst us today on this special occasion. It is my pleasure to extend a gracious and inclusive welcome to our respected chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Keshwar Janki, Ambassador to Mauritius in Russia. Sir has completed his doctoral degree from University of Mauritius and commenced his career as educational officer in Mauritius College. Sir held positions like research officer, associate professor, non-resident ambassador to Austria, Poland, Turkey, and Czech Republic, and ambassador of Mauritius to Berlin, Germany. Sir is also an inviting professor, visiting professor in many universities across the globe, like National University of Singapore, University of St. Andrews, UK, Department of Econometrics and Business, Monash University, Melbourne, Australia, University of Belarus, Minsk, Belarus, Institute of Development Studies, Jaipur, India, and JFE CMAP, African Economic Research Consortium. Sir has also undertaken many research consultancies and projects. Now I welcome His Excellency Dr. Keshwar Janaki to deliver the inaugural lecture. It is over to you, sir.
Hello, am I audible? Am I audible, everyone?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you very much. And my greetings to everyone from Moscow. I'm from Moscow. And it is with great pleasure and honor that I am delivering this inaugural address for the opening of this conference on the tourism industry and climate change. Yeah. Although the pandemic, together with its collateral damage, are in the forefront of policy making today, climate change remains the most pressing problem confronting our generations as well as future ones. The pandemic is compromising the reforms initiated to mitigate the effects of the climate change in terms of resource, both financial and policies and human resources. Let me start by a caveat that we are in a world riddled with imperfections at all levels. Access to resources, power, energy, technology, medical facilities, migration policies, international policy making relating to global economic and social problems. Unfortunately, those countries which have plundered and abused the environment to reach the top are today preaching us about the dangers of climate change and crafting policies towards reversals. We all know that reversibility is very difficult. We are all in a but but to survive, but to survive, we are all in a chaotic state today, but to survive and save the globe, we need to adapt and compromise. There is a mutual understanding and recognition that we depend on each other for survival. The economic challenges inherent in climate change needs no further argument. As the alarms have not ceased to blare, and time for actions is already delayed. The rounds of international and regional meetings, involvement of NGOs, local institutions have not stopped raising concerns on the pressing environmental problems. Climate change policy has been at the center stage with increasing role of government agencies and other stakeholders. Policies have been geared to reduce, mitigate the green gas emissions and to reduce vulnerability and adapt to climatic changes in the future. National climate change policies such as carbon taxes, incentives, and regulation are often generic in nature and not sector specific. Yet, it is the sectors that implement policies and ensure that their specific needs are not compromised due to generic policy settings. And this is where the tourism sector, given its fragmented nature in many countries, including India, doesn't have a common voice strong enough to be heard in government processes, nor have they developed their own specific policies to deal with climate change. Tourism industry consists of many different players, including a large number of small businesses, some larger companies, public sector stakeholders, and wider interests of society and communities. Tourism is driven by both domestic and international interests of society and communities. Tourism at all levels make it challenging for tourism. It has to be equally represented. Considerable uncertainty and large temporal and spatial scales and irreversibility associated with climate change have further reasons for tourism non-action in the space of policy making in relation to climate change. Being a passive player in national climate policy making doesn't have the tourism sector does not save the tourism sector from controversy and arising conflicts in policy goals. There has been a total rethinking in the tourism industry, supported by various organizations and research, and how to consolidate the sector in terms of benefiting from prompt measures in the context of migration and adaptation with climate change. In addition to the general policies addressing climate change, a special attention should be given to the tourism industry. The need for a tourism-specific climate change policy is the climate change is of concern to tourism for three main reasons. First of all, the direct climatic impact on tourism, the indirect effects of climate changes on tourism, and finally, the impact of tourism on carbon emission. There is a substantial body of literature that highlights how climatic changes can impact on the suitability of destination for tourism, on their seasonality. Climatic events can interfere with tourist participation in activities and impact on their satisfaction level. Research indicates that poor weather has a more pronounced effect on satisfaction than favorable climatic conditions. Seasickness, cold, and wet conditions reduce visibility. Some tourist destinations are already experiencing the impact of an increase in adverse climatic events. For example, unusually high temperatures, water shortages, extreme rainfall, and storm damage. Hurricanes have potential damage on infrastructure. Indirect effects of climate change include reduced water availability in some areas, biodiversity loss, reduced landscape appeal, and increased vector-borne diseases, and a range of other indirect impacts. A UNESCO 2007 study highlights the impact of climate change on the World Heritage areas, for example, the Kilimanjaro in Tanzania and Mount Everest in Nepal. The impact of warmer water temperatures on coral reef and the economic consequences for tourism has also been discussed lengthily. Thirdly, tourism is a significant contributor to global gas emission, resulting especially from tourism transport. The tourism sector increasingly challenged to respond and decarbonize its activities. In response, tourism climate change costs are starting to be integrated in sustainable tourism initiatives now in many countries, but emission reduction efforts in tourism are still to be done. Reducing gas emission is important not only because tourism is asked to contribute to national reduction goals, but also failure to improve carbon efficiency could result in long-term efficient economic disadvantages among others because of rising oil prices and taxes imposed on the emission of carbon dioxide. International policies on air travel, for example, are likely to impact tourism decision-making through increases in transport prices. In this context, improvements in efficiency would have an even stronger imperative for the economic bottom of lines of for the economic bottom lines of airlines. Tourist perception of how green certain tourist activities are might becoming increasingly important. A majority of tourists seem willing to pay to offset the effects of their gas emission. The different kinds of climate change impact will require different policy and management approaches, such as climate change adaptation, mitigation, and the development and application of new technologies and redistribution of financial resources. Not all impacts are equally relevant in each tourist destination, and the focus of policymaking is likely to differ according to different destinations. Coastal destinations will be concerned about the direct climate impacts such as cyclone events, sea level rise, and coastal inundation. They will also have to deal with environmental changes such as changing shorelines, degradation of coral. In turn, mitigation policies will be the most relevant to those destinations that require long distance air travel to get there. The tourism sector, through its representation in government and industry organization, can be involved in policy relevant to climate change in four distinct ways. Tourism interests are sufficiently and equitably covered within the National Climate Change Policy, a generic carbon tax policy. Second, tourism is sufficiently and equitably considered in national policy that addresses issues indirectly related to climate change. For example, biodiversity protection, and no specific action is required. Tourism advocates for the specific inclusion of climate change aspects into national policies that address issues that are important to tourism but that fail to take sufficient account of climate change. Tourism develops its own climate change policies specifically for the tourism sector. Hence, it is crucial to refocus the debate and actions in the context of climate change and tourism. The tourism sector is not well regulated and it is not a homogeneous sector. It is firmly linked to various sectors of the economy, from very large corporate groups to micro, small, medium enterprises. The majority of the stakeholders form part of the small and medium enterprises, which play an important role in the economy. The impact of climate change on livelihood and the need for sustainable policies with clear policy guidelines in the context of mitigation and adaptation is important in any country. We cannot have one blueprint or one-size-fits-all policies. We need excellence in understanding and evaluation the impact, reinventing the industry in the context of climate change, education and training, creation of a platform for the industry, increasing integration of the tourism sector within the mainstream industrial sectors, synergy between the local and international policies, intelligent marketing, stability and security, prompt services, and clear guidelines regarding different but interrelated tourism segment and types such as medical, religion, ecotourism, among others. The role of international organization and controversies on the whole issue of climate change effects and the need for financial resources for mitigation and adaptation as well as dealing with risks should be well anchored with the importance of the tourism sector on the agenda. Finally, the ongoing pandemic crisis, delay in addressing the climate change problems, and the collateral damage on the world economy, and more acute problems from some highly risked countries, there are many challenges ahead, not only for the climate, but for the whole humanity. We are the last generation which can save the globe, and I am sure that all these issues, together with others, would be addressed by the participants and the learned researchers and policymakers in this conference. I wish to congratulate the organizers and convey my best wishes to each and every one. Greetings to all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insight on climate change and its effect on tourism sector, economy, government policies related to climate change with relevant global happenings. Even in your busy schedule, nevertheless, you made your way for this event and it is of great strength and blessings for you. Thank you, sir. Nothing can great be achieved without a great man. There is nothing more attractive than a great positive personality. Today, we have Dr. Ashirvadam Acharya, sir, Director, Corporate Governance Research Center, New Delhi, and sir has also formerly worked with Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Sir was a civil servant and Dr. Ashirvadam Acharya sir was formerly Deputy Director in the Civil Engineering Directorate in the Ministry of Railways, Government of India, New Delhi. Sir has worked in various ministries, departments of Government of India like Ministry of Welfare, National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes, Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, comprising Department of Telecommunication, Post and Information Technology. Sir has immensely contributed to the development of passenger amenities in Indian Railways as its member of Passenger Amenities Committee, like recommended for the introduction of regional languages like Kannada, Tamil, Malayalam, Telugu, Gujarati, etc. on railway tickets. Sir has also conceptualized the new railway recruitment policy that was notified in 2010. And Sir also introduced the e-procurement system for work contracts in order to provide corruption-free procurement. Sir is also the motivator of bone marrow donation opened in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi in November 2014. This registry has saved around 500 children in getting matching donors so far, and all these children were saved from this. I welcome you, sir, to deliver the keynote address on this occasion. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to you all. Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to give you a PPT also. I would like to share my screen with the audience. Good morning to you all. Professor M. Krishnan, sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu. His Excellency Dr. Keswar Janki, Ambassador to Mauritius in Russia. Professor Sulochana Shekhar, Registrar of CUTN. Dr. Velmurugan, Coordinator, Stride Component 1 on Climate Change. Dr. Raghu, Associate Professor and Head of the Department, Tourism and Hospitality Management, CUTN. Dr. Vaibhav Bhatt, Assistant Professor, Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, CUTN. I am here to give the keynote address in my capacity as a policy framer when I was working with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. You all know recently our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji attended COP26. The COPs were started way back when I was posted in the Ministry of Environment and Forest way back in 2004, when we were taken very seriously by the polluters of the world. The polluters, I mean here the United States, the China, and the other Western world. They were all putting pressure on India for reduction of carbon emission, but the reality is that they were the people who were responsible for global warming. I would like to take you in my speech into four parts. One is climate change, I would like to talk. Then the tourism at world level and at the level of our country. Then how climate change affects tourism. Then lastly, how India is planning to face these challenges, as our Honorable Vice Chancellor was telling, that Tiruvarur being on the coastal region, and whenever there is a rain, cyclone, the first place affected is Tiruvarur and in and around areas, which is very known for tourism. That too, tourism of Bhakti tourism, where people come for pilgrimage in Nagore, Velangani, and other Hindu temples in and around Tiruvarur, Tanjavur, and Tiruchirappalli. I belong to Tiruchirappalli since I know the topography of that area. I studied in Bharatidasan University, my graduation, and then my post-graduation in Delhi University, Uttar Pradesh University, and PhD here. But my basics started in Tiruchirappalli, so I know how the CUTN is located in Tiruvarur and facing continuous problems due to climate change. Now let us see what is climate change. A change in climate that is attributed to human activity that alters the composition of the atmosphere. The global warming is one such a symptom. It is increased heat trapped in the atmosphere resulting from excess greenhouse gases like CO2. These gases form a layer in the atmosphere and reflect the sun's rays back down to the earth. The problem is made worse by burning fossil fuels and cutting down the trees. What is the problem this climate change or the global warming doing to our Mother Earth? It makes the sea level to rise. It affects the decreasing fresh water level. It increases storm surges. It increases risk of diseases, as Ambassador said, that vector-borne diseases are coming up in fast and spreading very often and very frequently in tourism-bound places. It causes loss of biodiversity. It melts glaciers. It rises temperature. It changes in precipitation. It increases the wildfire. It grows health concerns. Burning of fossil fuels, which emits greenhouse gases, which is also the cause of deforestation, which we are man-made deforestation, and the industrialization. Our country is fast growing into industrialization. We are having number of industries every year added to our economy. On one way, it is very good because it provides employment opportunity. It gives a good push into our GDP. But the other side is it pollutes our air pollution and water pollution. Impact of climate change on Earth is melting of polar ice, which rises sea level, causes storm damage. Warming ocean temperature, strong and frequent storms happen because of this. Additional rainfall, which leads to floods and damage to buildings and our ecosystem. Wildfire, which threatens our habitats, our homes, our industries, our schools and colleges, our buildings as a whole. Heat wave, which generates, has caused human deaths and cattle death. These are all what happens due to our climate change, due to our global warming. But we are here assembled to see how it affects tourism. I will take you to the world view of the tourism. Right at the moment, when we see tourism, somewhere or the other, in some corner of the other, in a tourism related area, tourism related spot, people are assembled and enjoying their tourism activity. Some are going to wildlife areas. Some people are going to the coast. Some people are going to temples. Some people are sitting and enjoying on resorts. If you see the data at the world level, 2019, when we see the figure, 1466 million. That means in crores, 146 crore people have indulged into tourism activity. When we interpolate it into Asia and Pacific, it comes to 36 crore. And in India, 1 crore 7 lakh, 79 lakhs. This is the tourism inflow at any given time, 2019. 2020, 2021, we could not come to any conclusion because we are all confined to our places due to the epidemic. But when we actually calculate, it will be much lesser than what I was talking about 2019 or 2018, because tourism has come to a standstill. Tourism activities have come to standstill. No tourism activity ever took place in 2020 and the beginning of 2021. When we see which are all the top countries having maximum FTAs, foreign travel arrivals for 28, 2019, 2020, tops with France, then followed by Spain, USA, China, Italy, Turkey, Mexico, Thailand, Germany, United Kingdom. And when we see international tourist arrivals, India has 17.4 million in 2018, and 2019 we had 17.9 million foreign tourists arriving in some destination of India, maybe in Himalayas or maybe in deep south Kanyakumari or somewhere in a northeastern states, or to enjoy the beautiful temples in Gujarat. When we see international tourist receipts, the international tourists, they give receipts, they generate revenue for the countries they are visiting. India is also a beneficiary worldwide. When you see, it had in 2019 $1,465 US dollar in billion. 1465 billion US dollar. That is the industry when we say the industry depending on tourism, directly or indirectly. Similarly, it gives the enormous foreign exchange income to the countries visited by these foreign tourists whenever they visit. They spend on travel, they spend on their stay, they spend by purchasing the tickets to enter and see the monuments. So, in one way or the other, the tourists are spending, and this industry is worthy of. See, in India, when we see it is worthy of 16.91 lakh crores. That means 220 billion US dollar. And in India, the tourism occupies a GDP level of 9.2%. We are generating employment opportunity for our people. 42.673 million jobs were created through the tourism sector. More than 1,000 approved travel agents operators are operating in India on this tourism field. 8.1% of employment opportunities created in tourism sector alone. Tourism to grow at an annual rate of 6.9% to the tune of 32.05 lakh crore rupees. That is 430 billion US dollar. When we interpolate this data by the year 2028, the tourism will contribute 9.9% of GDP to Indian economy. At the world level, the international tourism receipts amounts to 1448.0 billion US dollar when we calculate base year 2018. Europe's international tourism receipts are 565.8 billion US dollar. That is the maximum of the world, 39.1% of the world share. Asia and Pacific international tourism receipts 436.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, your voice is not audible. Excuse me,
Sir?
sir.
Internet is a problem or voice is not clear, sir? Acharya, sir. Some problem in that mic.
Okay.
He's knowingly muted permanently.
Husky, come.
Hello, hello. Acharya, sir.
Kindly unmute, sir.
Hello. Hello. Sir, any problem, sir?
Now clear,
it's audible, sir. Now it's audible.
please.
Okay, okay. Right, sir. Right. Sorry, there was some problem.
Yeah. No problem, sir. You can carry on. Carry on.
Yeah. Okay. I was talking about India's international tourism receipts amounting to 28.58 billion US dollar, which is the world share of 1.974%. We stand at 22nd place in top tourist bound countries. So,
இல்ல, இங்க வந்துட்டு நான் வர்றேன்.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
சார் நீங்க பாத்துக்கிறீங்களா? நான் பாத்துக்கிறேன்.
when we see the people who are coming to India as a tourist, what for they are coming? They are coming for leisure, holiday, and recreation. That is number one. 58.2% of the people who are arriving in India, they are coming for leisure and holiday recreation. The second one is 13.9% of people who are coming to India are from our Indian diaspora. Means people, Indians who are settled abroad, they come here to meet their families or spend their holidays with the families. Business and professional travelers 11.7%. Medical tourism, which is now getting momentum, 6.7%. So the topmost 58.2%, they are for leisure, holiday, and recreation. When we calculate the tourist arrival for 2020, the number one country which is sending people to India is Bangladesh. I am removing it from the list because Bangladesh people are coming to India for job opportunities. They are not tourists. Though Ministry of Tourism has calculated Bangladesh as one of the topmost countries sending people as tourists in India. Then United States, 14.36%. People from United Kingdom, 10.63%. Canada, 4.48% of tourists coming. Russian Federation, 3.72%, where Ambassador Dr. Keswar Janki is sitting right now and interacting with all of us. Sri Lanka is also sending people to India for tourist purpose, 2.50%. And what we are earning in terms of foreign exchange or through all these tourists, when we calculate 2019 year, we have got 2,11,661 crore rupees. The maximum so far, when you calculate from year 2001 to 2019. And where are these people going? As Vice Chancellor said, Tamil Nadu is a very important tourism destination. So the maximum number of people are coming to Tamil Nadu, followed by Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Telangana, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Gujarat. And how they are coming? Maximum are coming by spending their money, by purchasing tickets, by traveling to India by airplanes. The fossil fuel, which we will be talking later, they are arriving maximum at Delhi airport, 42.0% share. Then Mumbai airport, 16.6%. Bangalore airport, 7.4%. Chennai airport, 7.1%. Dabolim airport, 5.8%, which caters to Goa. Cochin airport, which caters to Kerala tourism, 3.6%. Kolkata airport, 2.8% of tourists coming to India are alighting at Kolkata airport. And our own Tiruchirappalli airport, 2019, it had inflow of 55,825 people, 1.9% share among top 10 airports catering to our tourist inflow to India from abroad. And we had, when we calculated our visits to the various places, the domestic visitors as well as foreign visitors, Taj Mahal topped that maximum with 11.45%, and for foreign visitors 23.18%. Agra Fort, Qutub Minar, Red Fort, Mahapalipuram in Tamil Nadu, Bibika Makbara, Charminar, Sun Temple, Konark, Odisha. So these are all the places where these foreign travelers came and visited for tourism purpose. We spoke about climate change. We spoke about tourism. How the climate change is affecting various forms of tourism. Very important, because this is a subject of for the next 5 full days the university is going to talk about. The forest fire affects, melting glaciers affect, sea level rise affects tourism, increasing maximum and minimum temperature affects tourism. The mountain tourism and snow tourism, it is affected. When we talk about Himalayas, when we talk about Alps, when we talk any European country, the mountain and snow tourism is completely affected due to global warming. Beach and coastal tourism, what we are seeing, the Bay of Bengal, the Tamil Nadu tourism, here Arabian Sea, Kerala tourism, Karnataka tourism, these beaches, Goa tourism, one of the top, Goa tops one of the maximum inflow of tourists from abroad, that too from the Russian and Scandinavian countries, beach and coastal tourism, that is affected due to global warming. Forest and biodiversity tourism, cities and urban tourism, ocean and sea life tourism. All these are affected one way or the other due to climate change. Because 80% of all flights are for vacations. Whenever the flight takes off or lands, 80% of the aircrafts are used for tourism purpose. Remaining 20% only for business purpose or for personal purpose. The airline industry contributes a lot of emissions into atmosphere. More the hotels, more the resorts we build, they are using more energy and water and producing more garbage, which affects tourism again. People travel more often now. 10, 20 years back, 30 years back, travel was not that much thought about. Now we save our yearly annual income, a percentage of our annual income only for the purpose of travel, that too for tourism purpose. People are traveling by plane more now. People are going farther away. Now people are even going to Antarctica for tourism purpose. My relative recently, she went to Antarctica just as a tourist. More people are traveling now. 2010, 940 million international arrivals were counted. 2020, it was estimated 1.6 billion arrivals, but down due to COVID. 2030, when the COVID situation is under control, for another 4 or 5 years down the line, we are going to have 1.89 billion arrivals, which is an estimated figure. The impact of climate change on tourism, when you see holistically, it could shorten tourist seasons. As Honorable Vice Chancellor said, the summer is increasing. The same way winter is also increasing. So the tourist season is getting affected. The planners, the policymakers are finding difficulty how to cater to the tourist when the winter is increasing or shortening, summer is increasing or shortening. We don't know how the climate is going to play around, how the global warming is going to play around in a particular year. If a hot place becomes too hot, people will obviously avoid going there. If a ski resort becomes too warm, there will be no snow. Reduced water availability could lead to disputes with locals. It happened recently in Shimla. Extreme weather conditions will hurt places that depend heavily on tourism like Caribbean, Hawaii, which we have seen recently, the outbreak of cholera. Insurance rates may go up in areas exposed to extreme weather. There is a problem of economy because of increased insurance rates. Some places will be flooded by rising water levels. We are seeing every now and then. So global warming, which affects major world destinations in one way or the other. You see the Alps. When you see the Alps, due to the melting of ice, the expected loss of 70% of ice by the year 2099, 90% of alpine region depends upon tourist economy is going to be completely vanished as far as its economy is concerned. Beach tourism affecting Hawaii due to rise in sea level. 1 foot to 3 feet by the year 2100. Beach tourism will be vanished. Marine life affected in Australia due to warming of sea. Breach of coral reef has been found, but Australia is keeping quiet. Australia wants to give a rosy picture. Australia is putting pressure on international agencies not to highlight this negative point because they will lose tourists to Australia. Antarctica is becoming warmer over the years, affecting tourist inflow there. I was really surprised when I was told that Antarctica is having a problem due to global warming and tourists are finding difficulty reaching there. And when we calculate India, I will give you a small data comparing 2012 and 2018. Nainital, which is a best tourism spot in India, it had 1100 inflow 2012, but it had only 1000 increase 12,000 2018. Manali, another place, you might have all gone to Kullu, Manali and places in Shimla. Manali had 12,700 tourist inflow in 2012, but in 2018 it drastically reduced to 10,200 because of the water shortage there. Shimla, same, 13,200 in 2012, but marginal increase of 13,500 despite Himachal Pradesh government putting all its might for increasing of tourism in their state. Mussoorie, I had been recently to Mussoorie, to my place where I studied. 12,800 inflow 2012. But when I visited in 2018, 2019, it drastically came down to 10,900 tourists only. When we see growing number of natural disaster every year, forest fire affected northeastern region where the inflow of tourists affected. Unseasonal rain, Tamil Nadu, we had 2015 complete rain, non-stop rain, starting from 8th November 2015 to 14th December 2015. 500 people died. 199 billion rupees lost. 14,602 crore rupees we lost. India, Tamil Nadu lost. Government of Tamil Nadu lost in one way or the other. Andhra Pradesh lost 4,960 crore rupees. The airport of Chennai, the airport of Visakhapatnam completely submerged. We had Uttarakhand devastation in 2013. After 9 years only, the Uttarakhand has come back to its normalcy. The tourists have started coming. Recently, Prime Minister Modi ji went there. He spoke in high words about Uttarakhand tourism, especially the temple tourism, the Bhakti tourism. Sudden snowfall or no snowfall at right time. Himachal tourism, Kashmir tourism is completely affected due to that. Unusual rainfall in Kerala, August 2018, just 2 years back. Landslide alone caused 483 deaths. 14 districts were affected completely. Tourism collapsed for almost 1 year. Warming global temperatures are lengthening the period of summer that is unpleasantly hot in beach resort regions. Shortening ski seasons in mountain retreats in Gulmarg. Increasing water scarcity in warmer regions as we found in Shimla. In the Himalayas, snow and glacier melt is making the mountains more hazardous and destroying the ecosystem's natural beauty. So we found the tourism, we talked about the global warming. What we are having as policymakers, Government of India is going to face and find solutions for these problems. The challenges we are going to face, how globally as well as how at India level, we are going to sort out this problem, a conflict between global warming and the tourism sector. We had sustainable development goals. We call 17 global goals formulated by United Nations General Assembly in the year 2015. India is one of the signatory to that. The 13th goal talks about climate action. The United Nations says, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. Integrate climate change measures into national policies, strategies, and planning. That is where the role of the universities like Central University of Tamil Nadu, our Honorable Vice Chancellor himself is an environmental engineer. He knows much more than what we policymakers know because he has got hands-on experience. The United Nations looks upon you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for integrating climate change measures into national policy making the strategies and planning for the future. 125 out of 154 developing countries, they are formulating and implementing national climate adaptation plans. We are talking about food security and production, terrestrial and wetland ecosystems. Tanjavur, your district has got a beautiful wetland near your place. I had been there recently. Freshwater resources, human health, key economic sectors, and survives. What we have to do while combating the climate change, the best and maximum thing what we can do is to reduce our carbon dioxide emission below the emissions level of CO2 should be so contained that we don't allow the global warming to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. That is very important. If we fail in that 1.5 degree, we will fail every sector, not only the tourism sector, we will fail even in industrial sector, health sector, the road sector, the highway making sector. Every sector in our day-to-day life will be affected if we allow the global warming to go beyond 1.5 degree. As far as India is concerned, the climate change, the challenges thrown on Indian scenario is an increase of 0.4 degrees centigrade in the last 100 years, rise in sea level along the Indian coast at the rate of 1.06 to 1.25 millimeter per year over the last 40 years. Climate projection indicates rise in temperature by 2 degrees centigrade to 4 degrees centigrade by the year 2050. India is the world's third highest polluter. America, the United States, is the topmost polluter in the world. It emits 10.6 gigaton, followed by China. China is the highest polluter with the emission level of 10.6 gigaton, followed by United States emission level of 5 gigaton. Unfortunately, we India are the third highest polluter. We calculate 2019 as base year. Carbon dioxide emission level of India is 2.88 gigaton. The IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which got Nobel Prize, it targets CO2 emission level of 18.22 gigatons in 2030 for the world to stay below 1.5 degrees centigrade, which I spoke a few seconds back. What we as a country have done, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken it as a challenge. He went to Glasgow recently. He attended COP26 and he spoke. He gave 5 promises to the world. We call it Panchamrit, India's Panchamrit at COP26. What our Prime Minister has told? India will reach non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by the year 2030. That is number 1 promise. Number 2, India will fulfill 50% of its energy requirements through renewable energy by the year 2030. Third promise, we will reduce 1 billion carbon emissions by the year 2030. The fourth promise our Honorable Prime Minister gave on behalf of all we 130 crore people, we will reduce carbon intensity less than 45% by 2030. And finally, the fifth promise he gave, achieve the target of net zero emission by 2070. Is it possible that we can achieve a net zero by 2070? Yes, it is possible with the help of you and me. Everyone we are assembled here. The scholars who are associated with the CUTN. Another 5 days of deliberations. Another 5 days of deliberation which will be covering about our tourism economy. We will talk about climate change and sustainable tourism. You will be discussing about the resilience for sustainability and equity. You will be talking about climate change and tourism policy in different countries and India. You will be talking about impacts of climate change in coastal and marine areas of tourism. All these deliberations, when it reaches the people who are making policy in Delhi, in the Raisina Hills, definitely it is possible to have a net zero emission of 2070. We call tourism as an industry. yes, in industry, but non-polluting industry, but unfortunately the real industries which are affecting our global warming, it directly affects the tourism industry as a whole. As I said, is it possible to achieve a reduction? Is it possible to achieve a non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatts by 2030? Yes, of course it is possible. We have a plan. We have plan of action, an action which is completely monitored by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. We are all proud to have our Prime Minister Modi. He monitors directly. He sees whether our global emission levels, they are under our control, whether the promise he has given, standing on the podium of Glasgow, whether it is being implemented by our industries, whether our sectors, the domestic sectors, are being properly monitored into reducing their carbon emission. Yes, he is monitoring and he has a plan of action for 2030. The installed capacity of gigawatt of 282 coal-based, gas-based, hydro-based 61 gigawatt, renewable energy, solar energy, the wind energy, 455 installed capacity we are aiming at. Presently, it is just only 82.5 gigawatts in installed capacity. We had a best nuclear energy, 19 gigawatts by the year 2030. So the generation billion units of 2019, 1376 billion units, which will go to 2518 billion units with a installed capacity of 817 gigawatts. With this, we will be able to do it much better than any of the other country. The countries which talking about global warming, the same China, the same America, they will not be able to do what we are going to do and what we are planning to do to have a zero net emission of 2017 by the year when we reach there. Ministry of Tourism takes special interest in eco circuits because eco circuits will help in reducing carbon emission. It will reduce in climate change. We talk about coastal circuit. Ministry of Tourism is spending hell lot of money. Desert circuit, a separate circuit for hot and cold circuit tourism. Heritage circuit, Himalayan circuit, which we spoke about Himalayan tourism, the ski, the Gulmarg, we talked about Shimla, Kullu, Manali. Krishna circuit, the Bhakti circuit, Ramayana circuit, the rural circuit, the spiritual circuit. We can go on talking about the 15 circuits which the Ministry of Tourism is planning. As I said, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India is spending hell lot of money. 2020, 2021, the revised the budget estimate, 2,375 crore rupees. 2021, 2022, the budget estimate, 1,900. We are going to spend hugely on tourism industry. The Swadesh Darshan, already we have spent 630 crores on this Swadesh tourism, which includes the ecotourism. So we have to achieve the less carbon emission, better sustainable tourism, go towards ecotourism. Don't use airplanes because the maximum CO2 emission happens due to airplane travel. You use your electric vehicles. Go and stay in a calm and cool place, in a tourism place. Don't pollute, as our Honorable Vice Chancellor said. Don't throw plastic bottles. Don't pollute in and around of the area where you are residing in that tourist spot. You have environmental awareness. That is very important. You should provide direct financial benefits for conservation of those places where you are visiting. You should provide financial benefits and empowerment of local people. Don't disturb the local people where you are going for tourism purpose. Respect the local culture. So these are all the impacts. When you do these impacts, definitely the global warming will be under control. Tourism will have its highest peak for the years when we down the years, another 2 years, 3 years when we talk about. Karnataka has got the best ecotourism, Coorg. You had Galgiba beach in Goa. Andhra Pradesh, recently, they have started a new ecotourism circuit there. Odisha, West Bengal, Assam, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, you name, even the recently created United Territory, Ladakh. I was speaking to the member of parliament from Ladakh. He says, you people from south, please visit our Ladakh. You will find the Himalaya at its glory. The snow, the ice, you place ski here. That is how he says, let there be a north-south connectivity. We come to south when we find our place is not worthy living for 3 or 4 months. You come to north when you find very hot in your place. So a sustainable tourism, people traveling to destinations with responsibility, we will be able to reduce carbon emission. We will be able to have a balance between the climate change and the tourism and the evidences what we have spoken about for the last 15-20 minutes that will come to our rescue. The next 5 days when the scholars, the faculty members, the vice chancellor, registrar talk about the activities regarding the tourism, the responsibility towards containing the climate change. I hope there will be solutions and you will be sharing your output with the University Grants Commission and the Ministry of Education. With these words, I would like to conclude my keynote address. I thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Registrar, HOD of the Tourism and Hospitality Management, and Dr. Velmurugan. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the detailed information on tourism and airline industry with climate change factors affecting various forms of global and national levels. Yes, sir. Your insights on global warming and challenges of climate change and its effects have on tourism and sustainable development goals has enlightened us in different perspectives. Also, as students, research scholars, and young tourism fraternity, we will also join hands in reaching 0% emission by 2070. Thank you, sir. The roots of all goodness lies in the soil of appreciation. Our registrar madam, Dr. Sulochana Shekhar, is an expert in urban geography. Yes, sir.
Shivgami, I will talk first, then later.
Yes, sir.
Sir, madam is ready.
Yeah.
Sir.
Okay.
Yeah. We will go as per schedule, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Sivakami. Most respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Krishnan, sir. His Excellency, Dr. Keshwar Janki, Ambassador to Mauritius in Russia. Dr. Asirvadam Acharya, Director, Corporate Governance Research Center, New Delhi. Our coordinator, Stride Component 1, Dr. P.S. Velmurugan. Dr. Alkati Raghu, Head of the Department, Tourism and Hospitality Management, and other respected learned gathering. Very good morning to everyone. I think the keynote speaker, inaugural address, and presidential address, they all addressed this climate change and tourism very well. In fact, climate change is, as a geographer, we always talk about this climate change in a very detailed manner. There is a change in the atmospheric conditions over a long period, and it is induced by anthropogenic activities. That is what we talk about this climate change as a talk of the day. Tourism is a very promising industry, contributing very well for the economic development. At the same time, it has, because of climate change, we can have positive as well as negative impacts. When you talk about tourism, it is also affected by the extreme events of climate change, sea level rise, increasing temperature, and even the disasters like tsunami. So it severely affects the tourism activities. But in India, we are fortunate to have a wide variety of geographical features. One tourist, if he enters India, he can play with snow in the north and he can play with beach, he can play in the beach. So that is the geographical variety. One side he can have a desert safari in the west, as well as he can enter into Rhino Park in the east. So that is the luxury what we have. At the same time, this tourism also contributing negatively for this human or the universe or the environment or the earth, Mother Earth, because the carbon emission is increasing. As the recent studies says, more than 8% global gas, greenhouse gas emitted by this tourism industry alone. Because of the transport, particularly air transport plays a very major role in this. So we have to think such a ecotourism, as rightly mentioned by our eminent speakers. We can think of low carbon activities and more sustainable tourism, which will definitely help for the environment as well as for the economic development. I congratulate the organizers for taking such a nice topic, and thanks for the opportunity, and I wish them a great success to this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful felicitation words. The mental empowers a person to see a possible future and believe it can be obtained. I'm happy to invite Dr. Velumurugan CS, Coordinator, Stride Component 1, Central University of Tamil Nadu, to felicitate the gathering.
Very good afternoon to one and all. The most respected Vice Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu, Professor Krishnan. The chief guest of today's inaugural session, His Excellency Dr. Keshwar Janki, Ambassador to Mauritius in Russia. The most respected Shri Dr. Ashwadam Achari, Director, Corporate Governance Research Center, Government of India in New Delhi, and former civil servant working with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, a noted orator, author, researcher, Dr. Ankati Raghu, the head of the Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Professor Sulochana Shekhar, the Registrar of Central University of Tamil Nadu, faculty members of Department of Tourism, colleagues from other departments, and my dear participants, very good afternoon to one and all. Today, we are starting yet another important activity of the STRIDE program. By STRIDE, we mean the Scheme for Transdisciplinary Research for India's Developing Economy. So by going through the full form of STRIDE, you can be able to understand the importance of this program. As mentioned by the earlier speakers, through the STRIDE program, we are trying to import a lot of human resource development activities and research programs so that our country could be able to concentrate on important, very important focus areas, which will have, which will contribute to the development of India's economy, not only from the economical perspective of our country, but from different perspectives. The UGC, the Universities Grants Commission, has come out with a wonderful plan, a project on STRIDE, and we got selected for, we in the sense the Central University of Tamil Nadu got selected for the focus area, for the thrust area on climate change. Because climate change is considered to be one of the important aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And it's not only of the United Nations. You could be able to understand the importance of taking forward the research and human resource development activities in climate change, because almost every living being, I'm not classifying human beings, but every living being in this earth has now started facing the impact, the negative impact of climate change. As our Vice Chancellor has mentioned, the increasing, ever-rising water level in oceans around the world, the melting of ice glaciers has created like a very serious impact on the coastal life, not only human beings, but the entire coastal life. Like people are started migrating from the coastal area to other places, which has created impact in other, like say, places of living. Not only for the coastal areas, every day, if you open the newspaper, switch on the TV, you could able to hear something like a earthquake today, or the earlier day it will be a tornado, or some other time it will be like say, a severe cyclone. So whatever concentration, whatever thought process which is going on into the economic development of throughout the world, whatever we create, we invest, it is been damaged, wiped away by the serious impact of climate change. So you could able to, as mentioned by Dr. Asirvadam Achari, like say, one day it is a flood in metropolitan cities like Chennai or Mumbai for that matter. Once we are out of that, very next day, we could able to send some sort of earthquake in other part of our own country. Once we are coming out of that, the very next moment, there is a very serious climatic implication which is created by the climate change. We have never heard about, in my life, we have never heard about cloud bursting. Now, like say, in the past 1 year, it almost like it has become a very common word, which is never heard of. So it's only an example. Several serious implications of climate change are happening in our university, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Thanks to the University Grants Commission STRIDE project, we were able to take up concentrated, focused research projects, particularly in this coastal area. Through 6 research projects, we are taking up research activities in the coastal area, not only in the coastal area, but even away from the coastal area, because Thiruvarur is one of the agriculture oriented zone, and a lot of implications has come because of climate change. Few years of continuous drought, and if they are out of drought, very next year it will be flooding. So altogether, there will be a serious implication on the livelihood and standard of living of our coastal, the people living in this delta region. So we know the pain of the people, and this is the right institution to take up to talk about climate change and to advance our thought process on climate change through STRIDE program in association with the Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management. We have planned a 5 days awareness program on climate change, which will have a focused discussion on tourism aspects. Because this Thiruvarur, though it's a delta region, but it is famous for some other reason, which is like a lot of places of worship are there in this region, particularly to Hinduism. You talk about from the very old, no one knows when the temple Thiruvarur, which we call our Tyagaraja Swami temple, no one was, no one was able to judge the life, the age of Thiruvarur temple, which means it's maybe 2000, 3000 years before, and even there is no evidence for, which means even it existed prior to that. Likewise, several other places of worship are there in Thiruvarur district, which means it's a main attraction for this district. As our Vice Chancellor has mentioned, like a lot of disturbances that is caused by the climate change, making a serious impact on the tourism sector in our own region. Like say, needless to mention about the other districts and the state Tamil Nadu as such. So through this 5 days workshop, we will be discussing a lot on the implications of climate change, particularly from the tourism sector in Tiruvallur district, state of Tamil Nadu, and our own country. Thanks for organizing this 5 days workshop. My appreciations to the Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, particularly to its head of the department, Dr. Ankati Raghu, and to the chief guest, His Excellency, the Ambassador to Mauritius to Russia, and Dr. Asirvadam Achari. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for the visual and inspirational speech. Now it is time to close the curtain of inaugural session with a word of thanks to the honorable guests and audience. Now I request Dr. Vaibhav Bhatt, Assistant Professor, Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, to extend a very hearty word of thanks to all the guests on this occasion.
Thank you, Dr. Shirugami. A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and participants. I deem it as a great honor and privilege who have been asked to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management on this momentous occasion. First and foremost, I profusely thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor of this great temple of learning, that is Central University of Tamil Nadu, Professor Dr. M. Krishnan, for having graced the occasion by sharing his precious time with us today. Professor Krishnan, being at the helm of affairs, always extends his support and guidance in all the academic endeavors of the department. I wholeheartedly thank you, sir, for presiding over the inaugural function of a historically important academic event organized by the department. A big thank you, sir, for your noteworthy presidential address filled with real life cases of the region. Blessings and for your kind regards. Next, I would like to thank the chief guest of the event, His Excellency Dr. Keshwar Janki, Ambassador of Mauritius in Russia. Dr. Janki spoke about climate change and increasing role of government and other stakeholders to mitigate its negative effects. In his keynote address, he stressed on the need for tourism policy, specifically focusing on climate change. In his address, he also spoke about direct and indirect impacts of climate change on tourism in different parts of the world. Dr. Janki, in his address, suggested various measures to mitigate the impact of climate change on tourism. And thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Ashirvatan Pachari, Director, Corporate Governance Research Center, New Delhi, for his address. He spoke about climate change and the various factors affecting the various forms of tourism. In his address, Dr. Achari spoke about how tourism sector is highly sensitive to climate, and he also cited case studies from across the world. He spoke about the challenges of climate change and suggested sustainable solutions to combat the impacts of climate change on tourism. Thank you, sir, for your enriching address. Next, I would like to thank Professor Sulochana Shekhar, Registrar, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, ma'am, for your constant support and motivation to the department. In the address, ma'am spoke about positive and negative impacts of climate change on tourism. And she also highlighted how the geographical diversity of India gives the country a competitive edge in terms of tourism arrivals. She also suggested solutions to mitigate the effects of climate change on tourism. Thank you, ma'am, for your felicitation. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Velmurugan, Coordinator, Stride Component 1 on Climate Change. Sir introduced the UDC Stride program on climate change to the participants, and he also cited various cases on the effects of climate change on tourism. Thank you, sir, for your felicitation. Special thanks to Dean of the School, Professor A.C. Mohan, Dean, School of Commerce and Business Management. Thank you, sir, for providing immense support to us in making this inaugural function a success. Sincere gratitude to the resource persons attending the event, Professor Vanessa Gauri Shankar, Anand National University, University of Africa, Nigeria, and Dr. Mahendra Reddy, Assistant Professor, National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Hyderabad. Thank you for being a part of this inaugural function. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Ankati Raghu, head of this department. He is the motivating force and source of encouragement to all of us. His solid support, blended with encouragement and incomparable motivation, always have a positive impact in every academic effort of the department. It has resulted in achieving academic milestone I sincerely thank you, sir, for your welcome address. I must thank my faculty colleagues, Dr. Raja, Dr. Kavita, and Dr. Shivakami, who is also the coordinator of the event, for their relentless work in organizing the event. A big thank you to all the students and volunteers who have been working day and night in making this event a grand success. Last but not least, I'd like to thank all the colleagues, faculty colleagues from other departments, resource persons, and participants who have joined in to watch the inaugural address. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Now I request everyone to raise for national anthem. जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाने तव शुभ आशीष माने जाने तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे Thank you, everyone. The session will resume by 1 o'clock. Thank you. I would like to inform you that first session will be Dr. Mahendra Reddy's session, and the session will commence by 1 o'clock. You can use the same link to join the session. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon, participants. We are going to have a next session in another 5 minutes. So I request all the participants to be on the line. In the next 2-3 minutes, we are going to start the session.
A warm cherished afternoon to every professor, researcher, and all other members who have joined here on the faculty development program on tourism and climate change evidences from India, happening in collaboration with UGC Stride, Central University of Tamil Nadu, organized by Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, School of Commerce and Business Management. So here we have Manoj Chitra to introduce our first scholar for the faculty for today's paper presentation. Good afternoon to one and all present here. It's my privilege to introduce the resource person, Dr. G. Makendra Reddy, working as an assistant professor and coordinator of international relations at National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Hyderabad. As a coordinator of international relations, Sir has successfully facilitated international cooperation with various universities from Europe, Asia, and Africa. He also worked as a guest faculty at National Institute of Fashion Technology, Hyderabad, National Institute of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Hyderabad, and Diploma University of Applied Science, Latvia. Such organizing several national and international conferences, workshops, and training programs such as UNWTO, UNESCO, FATA, etc. Sir is known for his knowledge in research work, and he also published several papers in Routledge, MLR, Sage, and Springer. And he also acquired experience in teaching and developing study materials and e-content in tourism and its allied subjects. Words cannot express how grateful we are to having you as a resource person from this session, sir. For the session, sir. So kindly consider our greetings and welcome, sir. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Very good afternoon. I hope you can hear my voice as well as can also see the PPT. Can anyone respond?
Yes, sir, it is audible. Audible
Okay.
and the presentation is over.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. A very good afternoon, everyone. It is a privilege for me to discuss about the topic on an overview of research in climate change and tourism. Part of tourism and climate change faculty development program organized by the Tamil Nadu Central University. So in this particular presentation, I'm going to discuss mainly about three aspects. One, a general introduction about what exactly the climate change is, in which we need to understand what exactly the weather and the climate is. Then what are the factors affecting climate change? Then what are the impacts and implications of a climate change? So this is what exactly I thought in the first session of the presentation. I mean, the first aspect. And due to time limit one. Second, certain aspects related to the climate change are already discussed by the previous speakers. So considering that, I think I will have to skip certain slides to complete this topic in time. Second, I'll try to provide an overview on what exactly the climate change, the relationship between the climate change and tourism, in which we'll see like how the tourism is impacting the climate change as well as how the climate change is impacting the tourism, because it's a vice versa. Tourism is considered to be both uh, a contributor for climate change as well as the victim of the climate change. In that context, what would be the implications and how certain things we can overcome? And at the end, I'll try to provide overview on the existing landscape of scientific production in connection with the climate change and tourism research. That I would like to present with the particular tools like the bibliometric tools, how and what is the progress of the research and who are contributing the most, and who are the leading organizations or the countries working on these, and what are the major themes and how these themes are changing over a period of time. So at the end, I would like to conclude these three aspects. Uh, then we'll have a question. So it's very often we are confused with weather and climate. Mostly we consider these two are same. So to understand this particular aspect, basically, it is important in the context of tourism as well, because what happens is that we frequently use interchangeably these words, the weather and the climate change in the tourism destinations as well. So this will have a lot of implications, and there is a huge difference. Although these are interconnected, so these are having some differences. So when we talk about weather, basically we talk about the aspects on daily basis. It may be a change in the uh, temperature, maybe in hours or maybe hours to a day. So today maybe for example, today the temperature is like I had a discussion just before this presentation. The temperature in Latvia is minus 25 today. So it is basically a weather condition, but when it comes to the climate, basically we are referring average weather conditions over a long period of time. So this could be a decade or maybe 2 decades. So at least we consider minimum an average of some 10 years or 15 years or 20 years of time, because climate will change over a period of time, maybe about 10 years or 15 years or maybe over a century of time. So considering this thing, basically in the context of tourism, a change in particular weather condition, maybe sudden changes in the temperature, it may be in certain areas will not reflect on climate change. Basically the climate change is a long term effect basically. So it is accumulation of these changes over a period of time. So to put it simply, that basically what is happening at the moment, basically particular given time, maybe in hours to a day, is basically considered to be a weather. But when it comes to the climate change, it is an average of weather over a long time frames. It could be, as I said, it could be a decade or maybe some 2 decades or 3 decades of a time. Because if you look at the temperature from past 100 years, there is a change for about 2 degrees centigrade. That happened not in a year or 10 years. It happened over 100 years or 10 decades of a time. So that can be a climate change. But weather change today, like in this particularly in Hyderabad, last 3-4 days we had a extreme cold condition. So this was not a regular aspect in this place. But it happened but within 1 or 2 days it is changed. So that is change in the weather. But when there is an increase overall temperature, and it will be continued forever. That will be a climate change. So it is important to understand the climatic system in order to understand the impact of climate on tourism, or tourism's impact on climate change. So basically, in a broader sense, the climate is a status of a climatic system in which there will be four components. Those are, atmosphere, hydrosphere, biosphere, geosphere, and cryosphere. So these elements all determines the state and the dynamics of the earth climate, and the graphic illustration of a number of both natural and human factors that have an influence on climate. So you can see, several things that in that particular image. Then it is an important mechanism in which the climate system is the greenhouse effect, which is, explained in the following slide as well. So I'm not going to touch much on this because it was already discussed, these aspects. However, it is important to understand just about what exactly the greenhouse effect. It is the temperature of the earth result from a balance between energy coming into the earth from the sun, and the energy leaves the earth into outer space. About half of the solar radiation striking the earth and its atmosphere is observed at the surface. The other half is atmosphere, snow, ice, desert at the earth surface. Part of the energy observed at the uh, Earth's surface is radiated back or re-admitted to the atmosphere, and space in the form of heat or the thermal energy. The temperature we feel is a measure of this heat energy in the atmosphere. Not all the thermal radiations emitted by the Earth reaches outer space. Part of it is observed and reflected back to Earth's surface by green gas or what we call GHG molecules and clouds, the green gas effect, leading to a global average of 14 degrees centigrade, well above the minus degree centigrade, which would affect the felt without the natural greenhouse effect. So basically, so there are several greenhouse gases which are affecting uh, the climate change. So this sunlight, whatever is coming, and basically has to go back to go back, and in which several gases would certainly create a problem because of the emission coming from whatever particularly in the context of tourism, the transport system and all. So I'm not going to discuss in detail all these things, but yeah. So there are several impacts because of global warming. These are basically increasing evaporation of water from the sea, lakes, in rivers. This will also affect the tourism. In other words, the tourism activities. So this we have been experiencing in several places, particularly several beaches in Europe, and also in certain places where particular place is based on skiing, or the ice related activities. So the rainstorms, the droughts, which are very common. So this process is basically will result to a climate change. So this climate change will certainly affect the changing seasons, and this may be uh, uh, in the context of tourism. It is very much evident, and it is happening in a majority of the places, particularly in the European countries, even in India also. We have been experiencing certain changes. Basically, the rainy season may be delayed some regions, and it may not be rainy any season particularly. As I told in the beginning that when we had a discussion and some meeting about Latvia, they were mentioning about that generally the winter season will start from January to or February. But they have been experiencing this winter suddenly from past 1 month. There is a sudden decrease of temperature to -25, which will never happen generally. So it is happening only, generally it happens in February or March, but this is an example of how this is affecting. So this will have a lot of effects, particularly on the crops or maybe, the transport services, because, suddenly increase in the snow, all these things would lead to so many consequences, particularly the financial loss or maybe, closing several tourism services. It is also already happening that, several places in tourism in Europe because of this decreased temperature, as well as in other parts, in India also we have seen certain places in the summer due to increased temperature also we had to close down several tourism services. Basically the climate change, or the seasonality is one of the important factor that will directly affect the tourism or the tourism services. So of course the droughts, that is also coming from the climate change, is having a direct impact. And particularly in the context of tourism, water shortage, wind erosion, desertification, increased risk of wildfires. You can observe in general in that water shortage is already experienced. For example, if you look at Goa, that is already happening. In other places also we have been experiencing the water shortage, and it will lead to so many socio-economic issues as well. Loss of financial losses, or maybe migration is one thing, or maybe uh, problem between the different the locals as well as the tourists. That happened in Goa recently. Maybe um, I don't know, it was in some, 7, 8 years back, there was a strike in Goa because of the water. So because what happened is, hoteliers, since they are getting enough money from the tourism, they can buy the local water, whichever is coming from the local place. And the problem with the local is that, they do not have that much money to spend on, buying water. So that particular incident has created a problem between the community as well as, the restaurant, the resort owners, and the the hotel owners. So this is one example that we could see because of that. And high temperature and heat waves, it is directly impacting India. You see that, in the generally increase in the temperature, particularly the southern part of India, this, the coastal areas, these areas, completely in June and July, there is, people will not visit those places that we can see. So this is basically, melting glaciers and the polar ice is very much evident in so many places, particularly, the Arctic and Antarctic areas, or the Baltic and the Nordic, destinations. It is evident, there is an increase in sea level rise, and less ice to reflect the sunlight leads to increased warming, and that will impact floods in low-lying coastal areas, and also threat to the loss of, to the biodiversity. So these things are, direct impacts of this thing. And the sea level rise would certainly impact, the tourism services, the tourism operations are also, because, majority of the tourism activities would happen, in the coastal areas. Those areas would certainly affect due to the increase in the, the sea level. So floods also we have been experiencing in India. There are several examples like Uttarakhand, or all these places. Even in the recent past, Andhra Pradesh or Orissa, these things we have experienced, and this is having a direct impact, particularly rebuilding tourism services, particularly the infrastructure like airports, or maybe other recreational areas, the infrastructure related to the recreation, all these things got affected, and that has direct impact on the community as well as the government, and it is a loss of revenue also, and there is a huge burden to the government and also other stakeholders involved in tourism to rebuild all those whatever the infrastructure facilities. Yeah, extreme winds and the storms would also, contribute to uh, the climate change, particularly, the impact that we can see is basically the loss of, biodiversity or threat to the biodiversity is, very much evident. And there are several, indicators that we can see how the climate change is, affected. Basically, because of increased global sea and air temperature, widespread melting of snow and ice, rising global sea level. These are the indicators of a climate change, which are directly connected to the tourism. So in general, if you look at the climate change and its impact, basically, it is having several impacts on ecosystem, human system, urban system, economic system, social system. Particularly when we talk about ecosystem, so ecosystem is basically, the interaction between the living and non-living that the components would basically this consists of the biodiversity, uh, whatever services that we are getting basically from the ecosystem. Generally we call it as a ecosystem services, basically the benefits that we get. So those benefits includes even tourism. Maybe the biodiversity is a part of that, but due to biodiversity we are getting a lot of benefit in tourism, particularly um, you know uh, biodiversity as an attraction, particular animal or a particular plant species or the protected areas. So these are basically benefits that we are getting from the ecosystem services, and that is affected by the climate change. Uh, Okay, then we have a human system, particularly this agriculture, the freshwater, health. All these things are also affected by the climate change. Now it may be, for example, in Telangana, continuous use of paddy or rice production is directly affecting the climate, because the and this paddy cultivation requires a lot of water. So there are several water reservoirs or the dams constructed, and now the government is trying to shift the cultivation because of this climate change. There is a huge impact. And if you look at other aspects like through tourism particularly, there are generally tourism is considered to be a resource hungry industry, in which we can see that wherever we see some beautiful place or the plants or the biodiversity, immediately we'll try to develop certain things. That is also affected in vice versa. Because of climate change there is a effect, and because of the human activities also there is an impact on climate change. So then we have our urban systems. It is having a impact because particularly Hyderabad, places like Hyderabad, due to increased temperature, it is impacting lot, particularly to use using of air condition everywhere in the tourist, particularly on the facilities wherever we are providing. It is maybe the hotels or maybe restaurants or convention center. All these places are basically affected because of this thing. Then there is also impact on manufacturing sector. Then the social sector, particularly equity, migration, peace, conflict. These are also direct impact. There are some places which are having extreme tourism activities. Those people are experiencing the change of the climatic condition. In that they wanted to migrate to some other places. It is already happening in certain European destination. So in that context, what we can do is basically mitigation and adaptation. These are the two concepts generally we apply in general climate to overcome this climate change. In other words, in tourism also. Just to give a brief, mitigation is about actions taken to stop climate change by reducing the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So basically, reducing would certainly contribute more to overcome this particular, the issue of climate change. So it would, basically mitigation in terms of reducing, fossil fuels, would certainly impact the transport system. Because if you look at the overall contribution of uh, pollution that is coming from tourism is mainly from the transport sector, that too from the aviation, followed by the automobile industry. So in which if we adopt, if we try to use certain eco-friendly or alternative ways, then it would certainly lead to this mitigation process. Then adaptation is basically adjusting to that particular condition. Basically, actions taken to deal with the climate change impacts and reduce the effects on lives, livelihood, and ecosystem. So adaptation would certainly uh, not contribute much, and it will lead to so many consequences. Because when you try to adapt certain environment, it is possible. For example, if you are living in certain extremely cold condition places, and if you go to our hot condition places, you to some extent you can do that, but there would be some changes that will affect your body and all these things. Similarly, if you try to adopt certain things to reduce the emission, all these things, it will have a lot of socio-economic consequences that I'll discuss later in detail when it comes to the tourism related aspect. So this is in general about the climate change, and in general about climate change. So let us come to the actual discussion of tourism and climate change. So as I told in the beginning, tourism can be considered as a both contributor as also victim of the climate change. How it is happening? Because because of the tourism activities, whatever the transport services or the tourist activities, that will there is a emission of a greenhouse gases that will contribute to the climate change. So that means that the tourism is one of the major sector that is also contributing to the change in the climatic condition. Another perspective or aspect of this climate change is that impact of climate change and tourism. Since the tourism is a resource based industry and attraction based industry, there are several tourist attractions or the resources which are based on the nature, culture. Basically, when it comes to the nature, there are so many places which are sensitive to the climate, the climate change or the change in the weather conditions. So like that, there are several places like the protected areas, or maybe water sports related activities, and also uh, the biodiversity, particularly the wildlife based activities are having a direct impact because of a change in the climatic condition. So that means we can understand that the tourism is both a victim as well as the contributor to the climate change. So, in which by far the greatest impact in terms of a tourism greenhouse emission is caused by tourist arrivals and departures, traffic, and to much lesser extent by accommodation and gastronomic service. Basically, this says that the highest contribution is coming from the tourist transportation, followed by the tourist activities as well as the accommodation and gastronomic services. So, considering this, the growth of tourism or the tourist transportation services, it is important to understand how the tourism is growing over a period of time. So, if particularly if you look at the international tourist arrivals from 1950 to the present, of course, now this particular image of statistics I've taken from UNWTO. In fact, it was the research was done in the year 2017. Now in the 2020-21, there is a change, and due to that, there will be some change even in the future forecast that was given. Otherwise, the reality was, till 2016, it was, 18, 19, it was the reality, and that is, from 1950, there was 25 million of tourists traveling abroad, and has increased to 1 billion. So it took about 60 years to reach that, and this increase is having several impacts. This is a in the context of tourism, particularly the economic impacts we consider. Uh, Someone is, can you? I don't know. There is some disturbance coming from. I don't know. Can you please mute? I don't know. Maybe I can check. Okay, now. So yeah, in economic terms, this is a good indication, particularly the increase of tourist arrivals or departures would certainly contribute to the employment generation or revenue generation, all these things. However, this particular growth is also associated with several issues and challenges, in which one of the important issue is that this growth is also contributing to the climate change. How this is contributing to the climate change? So if you look at that particular thing, when there is an increase in the international tourists, certainly they will use more of transport services. Particularly when we talk about cross-border tourism or international tourism, it is associated with the mostly air travel. So in which, if you look at overall contribution of pollution or climate change coming from the tourism is mainly from the transport sector, that too from the aviation sector. So the more number is basically reflection of more usage of transport services, particularly the aviation. That will certainly lead to so many consequences or the problems in several places. So that means this also basically explains that increased transportation services would contribute increased pollution, and that will lead to climate change. So like that, we have a transport sector in which the aviation sector is contributing the highest, followed by the automobile industry, and also the water transport services are also contributing. Water services, particularly the cruise lines, which are used in certain places, have affected negatively the aquatic culture or aquatic animals, the animals which are living under the water, particularly the beaches and the rivers got polluted, and that is directly or indirectly contributing to the climate change. So what does it mean? Basically, in one way there is increased use of transport services. In other words, there is also increased use of the tourist attractions. So basically, the consumption and the production would also increase. So this consumption and production is not just limited to the food. It can be applied to the tourism services, the attractions, like increased number of or usage of tourist destinations, and the food and the beverages. All these things would certainly increase. So basically, the consumption and production process would change because of the increased tourist number. So this would directly contribute to the climate change. Uh, then, yeah, I think it would be just a minute. Just a moment. Okay. So it would be better to explain this particular aspect with the just a minute. Sorry, some technical issue. Just a moment.
Yes, sir. Please take your time.
Hello?
Sir, it's coming. Sir. 1 minute.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Okay. So I would like to explain the relationship between the climate change and the tourism with the theory, the Leaper model. Sorry, the tourism system theory. Basically, this particular theory explains there will, three components. That is origin, destination, and a transit region. in which most of the impacts would be in the transit and the destination region. So with this theory, I would like to explain about the relationship between the tourism and the climate change. So whenever a tourist use the uh, decide to travel a particular destination, certainly he will choose some kind of a transportation. It could be either air transportation or road transportation or a water transportation or maybe rail. It could be any basically surface or a water or air transportation. So in that what kind of a transportation is choosing would certainly decides how much like what kind of a impact would be there on a climate. So if the tourist is frequently using the air transportation, it would certainly have a more impacts on the climate, and followed by the you know automobiles like that. There are several transportation services that the tourist would use, and that would certainly impact directly the climate. Then after reaching a particular destination, certainly in that tourist destination also you will use some transportation services to reach the tourist attractions or the hotel is staying, or the place you want to visit, all these things. So there also there will some contribution of the pollution or some basically directly or indirectly it will contribute to the climate change. So most importantly, the tourist would certainly visit the place to experience several things. It may be to see the attraction, or maybe participate in events, or maybe to have a food and beverages, and also avail the accommodation. So all these things are essential components for most of the forms of tourism. Generally the tourist that would choose or participate, so in which one of the important aspect is attractions. So we know that there are several tourism attractions or the forms of tourism. These attractions are generally based on the nature, based on the culture, based on the activity, we can say. So when we talk about the nature, nature consists of biodiversity, or the biotic and abiotic components. So when we talk about biotic components, it is all about the biodiversity. The biodiversity is about the diversity in the living organisms, and these organisms you can say are the plants and animals. So this could be, the plants could be in the form of the protected areas or the gardens or the national parks or the biosphere reserves. These are the sources for the tourism the tourism. So in other words, we can say these are the attractions of the tourism. uh, and we have a particularly the animal based attractions also. It may be a particular park or a zoo, or maybe particular animal species like a tigers or the rhinos, or maybe lions. These are the attractions. So these attractions are basically sense are based on certain sensitive components, in which these are in other words we can say the nature based tourism, or sensitive tourism attractions. So these attractions are directly impacted by the tourism and the tourist activities or the services that we develop in that area. So for example, if you look at the destinations based on some hilly areas, the northern part, typical Himalayan areas, if there is no eco-friendly transportation, or if there is a increased tourist visitation, if the carrying capacity is increasing, this would certainly or directly impact the tourism, and the tourist attractions would certainly in a ruined condition over a period of time. So that is one. Second, there are so many tourism related activities as well. So like in other words we can say it is as a tourism activity based tourism. So it may be sports, or maybe like a skiing for example. So those who want to enjoy the skiing in a Alps, now they are finding difficulty in certain places. So even the Baltic and Nordic countries also finding difficulty to enjoy because of there is a change in the temperature that is leading to the melting down of this glaciers, or maybe even the this ice. All these things would that is not supporting for the sports activities. That means uh, there is a direct impact, and that will certainly contribute to both the uh, tourism to the climate change and the climate change to the tourism. And also tourism activities like the cruise or maybe the water sports, all these things are also having a direct impact. So basically the attractions and activities are having a direct impact on uh, uh, climate change, and also climate change is having direct impact on tourism, particularly the seasonality, the weather condition. If there is a change in why people will generally visit Himalayan areas or Kulu, Manali, these places, because they find good weather condition and all. Suddenly, if there is a change, people would not show interest to go to those places. So that there is a decreased revenue and tourism inflow. All these things would happen in that. And next, coming to the transportation, we have already discussed, like wherever we go, certainly we need to use some kind of a transportation. This transportation services would directly impact the tourism. Basically, the transport is a contributor to the climate change in the context of tourism. Then food and drinks, basically the food and beverage would also affect, because when there is an increase in tourist number in a particular sensitive areas, certainly they need to produce the food and the beverages according to the number that is visiting the destination. So that would also in other words create a problem in the local areas, or maybe they need to buy the vegetables from other areas. As I gave example of Goa, in terms of water, the same problem may be possible in certain popular tourist destinations, like the local people may not have access to buy the vegetables, while the hotel owners, the resort owners can buy easily, because they are getting benefit or the revenue generation for the tourism. So like that, events is also contributing, accommodation sector is also contributing. Of course, there are so many studies explaining how the uh, climate, that hospitality services, particularly, the hotel services would affect the climate change. So those things are also there. So basically, in the tourism destination, the tourist, you will visit the tourist attraction, which are basically based on the nature, culture, and activity. So these destination would certainly affect because of the human, activities in those areas. Second, because of the usage of the transport services would affect that, and accommodation also would contribute for that, change in the climatic condition. So uh, tourism industry is especially sensitive to climate variability and change. I have already mentioned that certain places, if there is a change, sudden change in the weather condition, or the temperature, that would directly affect the tourist activities and the services. So in that particular period, people will not show interest to go there and experience the nature, or whatever the biodiversity, or the nature-based tourist attractions or the activity-based tourism attractions are there. Uh, Tourism in many regions relies on the climate, which defines the length and quality of tourism seasons. Yes, it is quite common in tourism that tourism destinations mostly depend on the seasonality, and that season would certainly depend on the weather condition. And if there is a change in the weather condition, that would lead to change in the seasonality also. In a longer way, due to climate change, there will be impact on the tourism destinations. And also because of extreme events such as the heat waves, or cyclones, or precipitations, or droughts, these are also contributing for the climate change. And also tourism is also impacted because of these activities, vice versa. So as I gave example of recently these Orissa, or maybe several places in Andhra Pradesh, they are facing the problem to rebuild the tourism services, the infrastructure, the facilities in that area. Uh, and it is also having a direct impact on resources at the tourism destination. Not just the biodiversity, even there is an impact on the water and the air quality. So all these things are also affected because of the the tourism activities, and also change in the climatic conditions. So because of the tourism activities, there would be increased greenhouse gas emission, and that would ultimately contribute to the climate change. that we have already discussed, like, the transport services, several sports activities, the cruise lines, all these things are contributing for that. So considering this, the very first discussion about the climate change officially by the UNWTO was, the held in the year 2003 in Tunisia, and that particular declaration recognizes the importance and the impacts or the implications and the linkages of tourism and climate change. So that was, the initial discussion to give several policy suggestions to mitigate or adapt the climate change, work on policy making to overcome these climate change issues. So that has also described basically the climate affects a wider range of environmental resources that are critical attractions of a tourism, such as snow conditions and wildlife productivity, biodiversity, water level, and quality, water quality. So these things we have already discussed. That was already discussed by this particular committee in the year 2003. And the climate also has important influence on environmental conditions which can deter tourists. This includes infectious diseases and wildfires, insects or waterborne, pests. So these things, we the previous speakers already discussed, like, vector-borne diseases. Like, now the best example, because of travel and tourism, now the COVID impact has increased. Of course, there are several other contributors to increase the impact of a COVID-19 or the transmission of this virus. But one of the major contributor is the transport sector. Particularly the tourism transport services has contributed, and even in the past also we have experienced, several nations faced the problems, like, African countries. They had a severe problem of, this disease outbreak through tourism, and this is also happening again, because of a climate change. As a contributor, it is basically what is happening. If there is a change in the climatic condition, that would also lead to so many diseases, particularly, these vector-borne diseases, would the intensity of those diseases would increase. So later, in the year 2008, UNWTO and UNEP and the World Meteorological Organization identified four broader categories of a climate impact that affect tourism destination and their competitiveness or the sustainability of the place. So these includes, like, the first is basically having a direct impact, direct climatic impact. Uh, Climate is a principal resource for tourism, as it is uh, co-determines the sustainability of a location for a wider range of activities. It is a principal driver for a global seasonality in tourism demand and has important influence on operating cost and heating, cooling, snowmaking, irrigation, food and water supply, and insurance expenses. So this would, to give an example, as per this, basically, we have a place in Hyderabad. It's called as a Snow World. So now, because of increased tourism demand, they have established the snow world. It is artificial snow they have created, and they have several activities, like, sports and all these things. It is created just because of, to attract the tourist. So that means, uh, in other words, this activity is contributing to the uh, climate change, because of increased whatever electricity or whatever the resources required for that would certainly contribute to the climate change. This is also possible. In other words, the heating or cooling is also affecting lot. In the extremely cold condition, places in the extreme cold condition, uh, there are several heaters and other things used for the increase of the temperature, room temperature, in the hotels and, the public spaces, all these things. So that is also contributing for the climate change. In other words, uh, you know, in particularly the extreme hot condition, the places which are extremely hot, the attractions which are based on those resources would certainly use, the air conditions. If you look at the convention centers, Hyderabad or Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, these places, they are using extreme you know, the resources to maintain the low temperature, use of this air conditions, like that, the several places like airports and convention centers they are using, and there is, because of that also there is a impact on the climatic condition. And most importantly, length and the quality of stay would also impact. Like, if the tourists are staying more days in the destination, that would have a less impact. If the person, see, basically, a group of people or a person traveling to a particular place, for several times would have a more impact. Instead of that, if a person going at a stretch and staying more days would have a low impact, meaning he can use, he will reduce the use of transport services and other services, so it will contribute, in other words, to mitigate or adapt to the climate change, these things. And the second category is direct environmental change impacts, and these are a wide range of climate induced environmental changes that will have a profound effect on tourism at the destination and the regional level. So this would be change in water availability, loss of biodiversity. If there is an increase in the temperature, certainly it will lead to so many changes in the protected areas. So increased biodiversity is one of the thing. Reduced landscape and aesthetic services, because when there is a, say, as I told in the beginning again, that the tourism is a resource hungry industry. Wherever we find some beautiful places or the aesthetic places, immediately we'll try to develop those places by changing, constructing some kind of infrastructure. That is one thing. And second, wherever we develop tourism, to maintain some aesthetics or beauty in that particular area, basically what is happening is uh, just sorry, uh, I'm sorry. So wherever we develop, the artificial landscape, or maybe changing the replacing the local plant species would certainly have a negative impacts. Basically, the changing the landscape, just to make some aesthetic or beautiful uh, looking in that particular area, that would also affect a lot. And increased agriculture production, certainly this is also happening. Increased natural hazards and coastal erosion and damage to the infrastructure, all these things we have already discussed. Then the third thing is, it is concerned with the mitigation policies and tourist mobilities, and seeking to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. National or international mitigation policies are likely to have an impact on tourist flows. They will lead to an increase in transport cost, and may forever environmental attitude that lead to tourists to change their travel patterns. There has been a substantial amount of recent media coverage on the topic, especially in relation to air travel. Long haul destination can be particularly affected, and officials in Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and the Caribbean have expressed concern that mitigation policies could adversely impact their national tourism economy. So I told in the beginning, mitigation it will have a certain negative impacts as well. Particularly, to give an example, for example, like, now to mitigate all these negative impacts, or to reduce the negative impacts in the protected areas, particularly in the popular national parks. These parks are trying to implement eco-friendly principles, or environmental principles, or the responsible ecotourism practices. So in which what they are doing, like, they are having a limited carrying capacity, meaning they will allow only certain amount of, certain number of people in a particular safari, or in the morning or in the evening. So in that, they have increased the uh, ticket or entry fee for availing that services. So in a positive note, it is good that increased uh, ticket amount would contribute to the conservation, and it will also reduce the number of tourists visiting that particular place, because if there is an increase in the rate, certainly some people would not show interest, because wildlife safaris in certain national park would cost 3 to 5,000 rupees for one safari. So that is huge for the common people. So in that regard, if you look at ethical aspects of tourism. are consumption and productions which are basically limiting to the elite communities or the rich people, and the poor people cannot access, or the middle class people will have a difficulty to access these services, meaning they cannot go for this wildlife safari by paying 4,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees, and also they cannot stay in a hotels that are eco-friendly, because it will the hotels would charge more, like for a in a regular hotel, the cost may be some 3,000, but in a eco-friendly hotel, it may be some 6,000 rupees, because, they need to maintain certain things, and the cost would be high. So this will directly impact the consumers or the tourist, particularly, coming from the poor background. They cannot access these things, that will lead to so many consequences. This is another thing. So the fourth category is, change in the socio-economic conditions, that is also evident. Yeah, the tourism contribution to the climate change. When we talk about, we have discussed about uh, another impact of climate change on tourism. But now, if we look at the tourism's contribution to the climate change, it is because of our transportation. We have already discussed, particularly the greenhouse CO2 emission is contributing a lot. That is about 60%. And if you look at broader areas, these are transportation, accommodation, and activities are directly contributing to the climate change. Then, if you look at the contribution of the CO2 from various subsectors of the transportation, uh, it includes like air transportation, automobile, the car, and other transportation, accommodation activities, all these things, in which the 40% of the emission is coming from the air transportation, and overall contribution from the tourism is for about 5%, which is very high from the air transportation. Certainly, air and automobile industry need to adopt several, alternative strategies to overcome. Anyway, this I'm not going to discuss now. Yeah, then coming to the research overview on uh, the tourism and climate change, I tried to get the data from the Scopus database. Basically using several bibliometric tools, I have retrieved data related to the research on tourism and climate change by using the the keywords like tourism, weather, climatology, biometeorology, mitigation, and adaptation. So for this, I have limited the years from the beginning to the year 2022. Then the analysis basically consists of yearly productivity, subject-wise contribution, type of documents, and most contributing institutions, and most contributing, the sponsors for the research on tourism and climate change. So the first thing is the yearly progress of tourism and climate change. This is the research on tourism and climate change has increased substantially from past 15 to 20 years. You can see that from the very first document published was on 1964. Then the trend increased. The number of publication increased till uh, 19 till 2000 was very limited, but mainly it started after 2000, and the substantial growth happened mainly in the last decade. From 2010 to 2020, there is a huge growth in terms of the number of publications. This shows that there is an increased importance and concern or concentration of research on climate change and tourism from past two decades. So the last, the 22 is still year we did not even enter, but there are about 19 documents published in that particular year. And if you look at the year 2021, there is a huge growth compared to any other year. 2021 is having highest number of publication, that is for about 715. So this may be because of COVID and other related aspects or SDGs. In that context, I think there is an increased concentration on this area. So if you look at the various subject areas contributing to the research on climate change, it is mainly coming from the highest is coming from environmental science 23%, followed by 20%. Here you can see like earth and planetary science 13%, and computer science 2.5%, and business management 12.9%. Close to 13% is coming from business management. In this context, particularly, uh, there is a huge scope to increase the research from the social science perspective as well as a business perspective. Even environmental science, these areas also there is a scope, but particularly the business management, particularly the research that we do, the tourism departments, the tourism management professors, basically they will focus more on these areas, that is comparatively less. And this consists of mostly the articles followed by other documents like conference papers and all, but majority for about 70% documents are mainly the articles. So next, most contributing journals on tourism on research, particularly the most contributing uh, journals for the research on tourism and climate change is uh, the Journal of Sustainable Tourism. Basically, this particular journal is established in the year 1999 or 2000 to mainly focus on the sustainability related aspects, which includes uh, the climate change or environmental change. And that is contributing the highest with the 165 documents, followed by sustainability published by NDP Switzerland. This is also contributing, and this is publishing a lot of papers related to the sustainability and tourism, climate change, followed by tourism management. This is also one of the leading journal in the tourism, contributing to the climate change research and in tourism. Then IOP conference series, followed by the science of the total environment, and another important journal in tourism, current issues in tourism. This is also leading journal in the tourism, followed by International Journal of Biometeorology. It is not a directly, it is not a tourism related journal, but they are working on tourism related research. This is the example that other areas are also contributing for the tourism research. Then with the transaction on ecology and the environment, followed by tourism geographies. This is also one of the popular and leading journal in tourism studies, tourism leisure recreation area. Then followed by Atmosphere, Journal of Outdoor Recreation and Tourism, WATS, and Journal of Travel Research and the Climate Change Journal. So if you look at these journals, generally these are having the highest impact factor or a site score. So that means we can understand these that research on climate change and tourism is one of the important area of a concern, and leading journals are publishing this research both in tourism and environment and climate change related journals. And coming to the productive universities or the institutions that are contributing to the climate change research in tourism is that the first is University of Waterloo. They have a separate department on recreation and tourism. They are offering the research programs in tourism planning. They are mainly working on these areas. So this is one of the author affiliated to this particular university. Is working a lot, and because of those researchers, these universities are topping, followed by the Chinese Academy, Griffith University in Australia, then Finland, universities from Finland, then several Australian universities. So this you can see basically majority of the universities which are contributing to the tourism and climate changes are basically the countries, the developed countries, and that to the popular tourist attractions. They have a popular tourist attractions, and they have majority of the sensitive areas. Basically the ecotourism, nature tourism related products are popular in those areas. That may be the reason that they are working on that area. So this you can see other country-wise contribution. The highest is coming from Canada, because you can see that the Waterloo University and other universities are contributing for that, followed by Italy, France, New Zealand, Netherlands, South Africa, Switzerland. All these countries are there. And it is important to observe that India is also contributing for this research, and India is also one of the important contributor for the climate change research. Then if you look at the funding sponsors, majority of the funding for this research has uh, uh, coming, it is coming mainly from the National Science Foundation of China, followed by the European Commission, Europe, USA, National Science Foundation USA, then the Horizon 2020 Framework Program, the Europe. So these are the major funding sponsors in uh, the tourism and the climate change research. Then I wanted to discuss about the major research themes and how these themes are changing over a period of time. So if you look at in the beginning, starting from 64 to 80, the research was mainly focused on, nowhere you can see the climate change, because that time there was no concern of or concentration on climate change, because that was the time where we realized or started experiencing this climate change. So that's why you can't see directly those, the keywords are the research areas of these things. However, we have several indirectly, several aspects indirectly connected to climate change. These are, mainly the diseases, disease outbreak, and the sensitive areas. These things are the major concern in that period. Then, if you look at the next period, the decade from 1981 to 1990, so there is a huge contribution for the nature-related aspects, particularly the conservation and the communication is also one of the important things that I've observed. Here also you can't see much importance of a climate change. Even in 80s also there was no typical research on climate change and tourism. Of course, the related aspects were discussed, particularly the negative environmental impacts. These things you can see, particularly the conservation issues or the sociology issues or maybe environmental issues or threats to the natural resources there. But just indirectly connected to the climate change. But yes, to some extent you can see the climate change, but not much in this time. Only one keyword, basically how to analyze this is basically the more the thickness of the keyword is, and the higher the priority for that. So in that you can see some the climate change word is also there, but followed by the next period, that is from 91 to 2000. Here you can see some increased importance for the climate change related aspects, like particularly the political aspects, like it is related to the policy and the resources, governance, all these things is one area. Then most affected areas like the Caribbean, Bahamas, or the sea or beach related tourism activities affected. Man environment relations were discussed, and sea level rise is also affect, directly having a relation with the climate change. That is also one of the important area for concern. Then mostly, it happened in the European area countries that you can see, and is also having impact on water quality, sanitation, health. So the travel services, all these things were discussed, followed by the next period. Basically from 2001 to 2010, this has increased even more. This you can see directly the sensitive areas or the biodiversity dominated tourist attractions. These are having a direct impact. Accordingly, climate change research increased. You can see the thickness. The climate change, the word, the keyword climate change has increased compared to previous periods, because there is an increased importance for that. So this is again the countries related to Austria, mainly again for the European countries. Then followed by research on snow cover. That also I mentioned, like if there is a change in the snow cover, that will affect directly the tourism activities, particularly the areas which are based on the snow. Then warming and weather forecasting is also one of the important research, because in the tourism now there is a increased importance for the weather casting, forecasting. Accordingly, several service providers are preparing for the tourism, to provide the services to the tourist if in advance, if they know all these things. Then satellite imagery, coastal areas, water supply. So these are the major areas. Then you can see certain areas, particularly, the ecology, biodiversity, animals, fish, these are the direct areas where there is a direct impact of a climate change. In the Arctic areas or even in the Indian Ocean, also we can see, like, Southeast Asian countries, Sri Lanka, these areas, even Andaman Nicobar Island have some impact because of this thing. Then at a destination level also there is some impact or concern of the research. Particularly, you can see the word environmental policy and carbon emission. Before that we never heard about these things. Before 90s or before 2000, there was so no much concern about the tourism and the carbon emission related research. But now this is increasing. That you can see. Even the impact research on air transportation, aviation is also increased, and sea level change again, marketing related aspects also, particularly the promotion marketing is also connected with the climate change, like how you promote, how you manage all these things would certainly have a impact. Then certain diseases also mentioned, the malaria, all these things. Yeah, then I have taken next 10 years, period into two different parts, because there is a huge concentration or increase of a research from 2011 onwards. That's why I try to see 11 to 15, 15, 16 to 20, then 21, 22. So this you can see again, there is a increased importance for the climate change related research in the tourist destination, and you can see the adaptive uh, management, basically the mitigation and adaptive measures were considered, and there is a increased empirical research. So recent past, this is one of the major problem that we have in tourism. Even today we do not have a much empirical evidences to show the exact impact of a climate change from the tourism perspective or tourism context. Although it is evident, it is there, but still, we do not have a clear examples or research going on that area. So that means, still there is a gap. We can still work on that area. There is a huge scope for working on that. At the same time, it is concerned with the various demographic profiles, particularly the age and the gender of particularly all age groups, and all the genders are directly impacted and having a connectivity. The women or the female, it is connected with climate change and tourism related research. Then several conservation related efforts or the controlling measures are also discussed, like air pollution, lake, landslide, land use patterns. Land use is also one of the important aspect in ecotourism that is affecting the climate change. How well we manage the use the land, and what are the environmental friendly measures that we are taking in terms of planning or the development or the construction or the development of infrastructure. Those things are directly connected. Then you can also see the greenhouse gases. There is also research on that. Then again, last 5 years from 2016 to 2020, this is even more increased. Particularly, China is one country that focusing mainly on that. You can see China followed by several tourism destinations, and even stakeholders are also concerned about that. So you can see the keyword and stakeholders, various stakeholders are also realizing the importance. Then ecotourism is increased concern, and similarly adaptation and mitigation strategies are also increased, particularly in the nature based or eco-friendly or sensitive areas. Then you can see water related aspects, like water supply is one of the important thing. The research on female and male, in terms of gender tourism and the climate change is also one of the research area that there is a concentration. There is also concentration on animal fishery fish, because particularly several European countries and American states, they have this fishing activity. That will not happen if there is no supportive environment, and if there is a change in the climatic conditions or maybe in the snow, this will directly affect the tourism activities. That may be the reason that is there is a word on fishery fishing related activities. And also islands. Islands are the one of the major tourist destinations uh, affected by the climate change. In that context, you can see several related research aspects. Then seasonal variation is one thing, and particularly the winter, and some countries like Turkey, they're also working on that, and winter tourism is affected, air temperature, all these things are also affected. And last 2 years, these I have taken separately because after COVID, there is also increased concern or a concentration of climate change related research. So in the year 21, 22, again, climate change related, basically, they discuss mostly about the strategies and sustainability related aspects and CO2 emission. There is also a connection with the climate change and COVID-19. That research also you can see. Then emission control is also one of the area. Then adaptation and mitigation strategy is also discussed. And the skiing related tourism activities, climate, snow and temperature, all these things are direct, and biodiversity. So these are again directly related to the climate change and tourism research. Quickly, this is about the global scenario, followed by India. I'll quickly go through the Indian research, research on tourism and climate change in India. So the growth is particularly, from past 10 years, there is a huge increase, particularly, this last decade you can see. But before that, yeah, there are some documents or, the publications related to climate change and tourism. But the growth happened mainly in the last decade. Total we have about, this is only about Scopus indexed articles or the journals. So that you need to understand. There may be so many articles published in local journals, but that is not considered for this analysis. Considering the certified knowledge. See, when we talk about certain journals which are indexed in Scopus or Web of Science or ABDC, these journals indicates basically, the knowledge is certified, meaning there is a peer review process and all. Considering that, I have taken Scopus. Of course, there are other databases also like a Web of Science and all, but Web of Science will have a limited journals or the publications. They are even more rigorous. And when it comes to the Scopus, it will have a wider publications. So the research related to the climate change and the tourism in the context of most contributing universities or the institutions, we can see mainly from JNU and Delhi University. But you cannot see any organization or university. Of course, there may be tourism, but in these university, they doesn't have tourism departments, except some institutions, but still there is a contribution for the climate change and tourism. So basically the JNU and Delhi University, GB Pant, then West of England, these are contributing a lot. The West of England, considered in this analysis because the research affiliated to those universities are working on the climate change in India. So that is the reason that we will check. Then the country-wise contribution on the research of a climate change and tourism in India is mainly from India, since we are working in India, followed by there is some contribution from UK, USA, Germany, and several other European countries to the climate change research. Here also you can see the business management is uh, uh, only 7%, but the highest is coming from environmental science and social science, followed by earth and planetary science. So there is also scope from the business management side to work on this. Then most funding sponsors on climate change research in India is ADB, followed by the Department of International Development and UK, so many, and Department of Science and Technology, Government of Kerala also contributed because Kerala is a popular tourist destination. Where there is a high impact, their research would be more, and concern is also more. So that may be the reason that Kerala is spending some amount of money for the research. Yeah, if you look at the Indian research themes, in India basically mainly related to the biodiversity, land use, conservation, that is mainly happening in Uttarakhand and Ladakh. You can see, and this is also related to vulnerability, sustainability, these aspects. And destination wise, Himalayas, Ladakh is major areas that they are working on the research on tourism and climate change. So this is about the Indian research. So this is all about the research overview on tourism and climate change. So to give a conclusion that it is evident, it is clear and evident that the climate change is happening. Most importantly, in the context of tourism, is also happening. But when we talk about, yeah, that is one thing. Second, there are to overcome these issues. There are several strategies that the researchers suggesting and the stakeholders are trying to implement. However, there is no strong base or the knowledge on the research in tourism and climate change, because considering this point, there is a need to work on increasing the scientific production in connection with the tourism and climate change. So this is also case again that this gap would certainly need to be filled from the perspective of the tourism. Although there is a research happening that is mainly coming from other fields, still there is a possibility of contributing from the tourism point of view also, particularly in terms of changing behavior and attitudes of the tourist towards the nature or towards the biodiversity, that would to some extent contribute to change the or to contribute to the climate change awareness. And tourism is also considered as one of the tools that contribute to basically several global sustainable developmental goals. So in which we need to work on how tourism can contribute to overcome these global issues, because these are interconnected to the environment and climate change. So whatever we work, for example, there are 17 sustainable developmental goals in which we can contribute to achieve these goals through tourism. So we have a 30 years of a timeline. So these are basically highlighting several aspects like the biodiversity, climate change, and social issues. So particularly if you look at the gender equality, it is connected to tourism, and clean water and sanitation, it is connected to tourism. So if there is a issue, contribution for this goal, ultimately it will go contribute to the climate change as well. If there is a contribution for the responsible consumption and production of the tourism destinations or the services or the food and beverages, this will also indirectly contribute to the goal of the climate change. And also using certain strategies or eco-friendly activities in terms of transportation in the particularly the water transportation. There is a goal on the 14 life below the water. So because of the tourism activities, particularly the cruise lines and all, impacting negatively the aquatic animals, the fish and all these things are threatened. That can be controlled if there is a sustainable consumption and production, and also using alternative ways of transport services and all. So basically these are interconnected goals, and which in which the tourism can contribute to achieve these goals. Ultimately directly or indirectly, if there is a contribution from tourism for these goals, it will in a broader way it will also contribute to the to overcoming several issues related to the climate change. So at the end, the way forward is that each degree of a temperature matters, each year, each month, each year matters, and each decision matters. And if we are not acting today, it is going to have a burden in the future, particularly for the coming generations. So considering that, it is important that every stakeholder, every time, every year, every area, every university or every department can collaborate, can work on these issues, and most importantly, there is a huge scope to work in tourism and climate change related research aspects from the tourism research perspective, or tourism universities or the departments would certainly contribute that. Like whatever is contribute, coming The research progress is mainly from the other fields, but not from the tourism. So with this, I would like to close up by if any questions or otherwise we can, yeah, maybe if you have any questions, you are welcome to ask. I think I have exceeded the time already. Okay.
Dear participants, good afternoon, all of you. I am very much thankful to all the participants who are very patiently waiting. And I have seen a lot of positive comments in the chat box. They are congratulating and also telling excellent presentation to the resource person. I am very much thankful for the resource person who has taken a lot of pain in preparing in this presentation. In the today's scenario, we can see a lot of things happening in the presentation, but it is totally a self-made presentation from the first slide to the last slide with the original thought and a serious research inputs he has given to the scholarly world. What type of scope is there for the research in climate change? These all issues are there, and mostly His Excellence the ambassador sir, is viewing his presentation from the sir is present in this presentation from the first step to last slide. We are very much thankful to you, sir, His Excellency Dr. Keshwar Janki, sir, Ambassador to Mauritius in Russia, for your patience listening for whole of the presentation. Patiently you are listening, sir. Thank you very much for your motivation and encouragement for the young generation. We are very much thankful to Mahinder Reddy, Assistant Professor, National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Hyderabad. He had a very good, well done, Dr. Mahinder sir, well articulated and explained. Sir, you are having very good comments in the chat box. Really, it is very good to see all those things. And we are very much thankful for taking such a pains for delivering this session to the young, dynamic research scholars who are coming into tourism and related aspects. Sir, thank you very much. We request all the participants to kindly fill the feedback form and send to us. So it will be helpful to us to issue the certificates according depending on your attendance. With this, once again, I am very much thankful to all the organizers who helped me and cooperated me very seriously to complete this, to start this work. So I am very much thankful to one and all who are present here, mainly for the team members who helped me for the last 10 days on the different types of aspects. Thank you very much once again. Thank you all of you. With this, the session is closed for today. Tomorrow, as usual, we will have two sessions from 11 to 12 and 12 to 1. Today, because of this inaugural session, some time has to, taken by the resource persons and keynote speakers and facilitators. But tomorrow, the session will start from 11 and end with 1. So with this, patiently listening to all the scholars and participants, thank you very much once again. All the mainly my special thanks goes to Professor Manisa Madam from University of National. Vanessa Madam.
Anand National University.
Yeah.
And Baisal University, Africa.
Yeah.
Hello, Vanessa. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I have not met you personally, but fortunately we can able to see over this conference. Dr. Vanessa, climate change and sustainability, she is going to give on some other day. Rest of things are very nice. Thank you very much, madam. Ananta National University, University of Africa, Nigeria. Thank you very much for your kind support. Sincerely, your support is going to be recorded in the records of Central University of Tamil Nadu because of your.
It was a pleasure, sir. It was a pleasure. In fact, I would like to thank Dr. Mahendra Reddy and Honorable Professor Janki, the ambassador, for being part of this platform. I think that they have enlightened everything. Well, these are the two people I know. The others also they have done very well, but Dr. Mahendra and Professor Janki, they have lots of experience, especially Professor Janki. He has been around the world and he can see, he has witnessed climate change and tourism, and Dr. Mahendra has done so much. And being from India, I'm sure that whatever he has been sharing with us is something that we should always like put it in our record and try to work as from that. And I would like, in fact, to thank you to be part of this wonderful team. Usually I've been working with other parts of the world. This is my very first time to be in Chennai. And I hope that I will come to see you very, very soon. I really am very excited to come to this university and partner a bit along with Dr. Reddy and Professor Janki as well. Why not? We can be a team.
Yeah.
We can work together.
Yeah.
You are
welcome, ma'am. You are welcome. Thank you for your nice words for Mahinda Reddy and also for Ambassador sir. Certainly, we will look forward to meet in Tiruvarur, ma'am. It is a very good city, and surroundingly nice temples are there, and heritage tourism, natural tourism, and pilgrimage tourism. All those things are possible here, ma'am. You are welcome. And I am very much happy today for conducting this program, ma'am. After joining into my university service, this is my first program which I have done completely on myself. Previously, if somebody is doing, I used to be with them, but independently, this is the first program, and all of my people are there. So I am very much happy, ma'am. Thank you very much for giving your time. Thank you, Mahinda Reddy, and thank you, one and
Thank
all,
you, sir.
for the
Thank you.
great support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Raghu sir and Kavita madam, and also Raja sir and Shivakami madam, and other faculty members, and also Vanessa ji for your kind support and
Vaibhav Bhatt.
person. So yeah, it was a great. It is a great honor, and it was well organized in the first session of the inaugural program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And also Vaibhav, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, sir, one and all. We will close the session officially. Bye.
Bye.
I think how can we take this?